I believe. Yay! Hello, everybody. Don't be disturbed by the views and the horrors you see before you. We're not horrors, we're beautiful people. Hi! This is going to be our Halloween one, because next week we're not going to be here. This guy and in the overlay,
Yes.
those two, we're all going to be at the Denver Fan Expo. So, attending to a booth, selling that guy's, there we go, that guy's art. Because it's good, it's brilliant, all that wonderfulness.
No, other way. This guy.
Wrong way.
There we go. It's for the overlay in general. But we're all going to be away for that, so we're doing a Halloween stuff this time round. Most people are actually their own characters, which is awesome and dope. And cool. Sobri and Wisp and your Laundriel, Bro. There we go.
Trying
Prologue.
to point over here.
Trying to point out the correct area in the overlay. But there we go. This guy, I would have writing on my face, but I'm not dexterous enough to write on my own face, apparently. In the correct way. Yeah, it is a little bit. The difficulties of being a creative of the mind, not a creative of the hands. Any hoozles. Welcome to Tales of Andrea. Hello. We're here to play some D&D and hop back into the wonderful lands and seas, as you can hear. Speaking of which, all the sounds and wonderful ambiances you will hear during this time frame is produced by Syrinscape. They have a wonderful online platform that you can share in between all these wonderful people who are all playing remotely. So, good tool, I recommend it. It's easy to use and easy to maneuver around. Love it. As far as TTRPGs go for the week, we've got the wonderful Into the Nightmare going on Tuesday at 6. We're delving deeper, entering towers, and doing scary things. It's a hoot. You should come on by and watch on that. This Saturday, this guy's going to be away, so we will not be having a Nightbane this coming Saturday for that reason. We will be coming back, though, on the first Saturday of November, so come in and join us at that time at 4 MDT. We just had a huge lore dump, so things are ramping up and getting very, very exciting. Very good stuff happening. I don't think I really have any other announcements or anything.
Is next Sunday just completely the inn closed, or is there anything to replace Andrea?
We will just be closed for the day, I believe. Hey, if we decide it's a holiday. Yeah. It's Halloween Day, that's the reason why. It's a little difficult to plan around everyone else's Halloween plans at the same time. So we'll just likely be closed for the day. But always keep an eye on our socials. Who knows, we might surprise you with something.
Yeah,
possibly.
Someone might get bored and go live. Who knows?
And go live. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? Well, with all that wonderfulness aside, let's hop into it and roll that intro song so we can get back to the tales. When they
is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. But if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
And hello, we're back. The last time we left these wonderful people off, they had just scared a few people out of their ship, so to speak, through usage of spells and getting good rolls. They actually managed to figure out who exactly it was that was perusing around their ship and poisoning their supplies and doing nasty little things to everything going on, chase them down and chase them off the ship, but not before they managed to get the pack off of Brolog's back. There we go. English, it's my first language. And while retreating, rifle through it and retrieve the Magus notes and tome that Paraspidus had been studying for so long. Afterwards, Eulondriel finally bamfed out his wings and started flying up the ship. Brolog jumped off with Itanis into the ocean. Abarat is studying a piece and clump of one of the beings that they just killed. Wisp is... what was Wisp doing? That's right, yes, Wisp was being pulled back onto the deck after doing something dope, jumping off and electrocuting the water. Being that kind of wonderful water or air, whatever kind of ganassi you are. Sobre, air ganassi, there we go. Sobre was going up to check on Kandros and Gorm, who were at the front in the hold, and Anubisai was keeping watch over Paraspidus' body. I think we'll start with Brolog and the... Actually, no, let's start with Paraspidus. Not Paraspidus, he's dead.
He done been dead.
He's done been dead, and I'm still getting your names wrong. What is going on here? Oh dear, oh dear.
The corpse starts to like move.
Starts to, stand up.
Halloween.
Oh dear, oh no.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no. Eulondriel, you are currently flying up. What are your intentions?
To search for as long as I can, given the amount of time that I can fly. Yeah, I'm going up high, that way I can get an overview and see if I see any odd, like, surfacing splashes. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because unless this guy can breathe underwater, he's going to surface at some point, so...
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Not terrible, not terrible. What's my perception again? 17.
Did you roll at advantage?
I did not roll at advantage. Do you need me to?
Roll at advantage.
Even better, somehow. 22.
22?
Yeah.
You notice while you're going up that there is another flying being flying around the ship in circular motions, quickly putting together that it's Sorrel Teak, the Flitber who's part of the crew, kind of just keeping an aerial view on what's going on. The bow is definitely in their grip, down by the feet, and they have a very large arrow nocked, and they're flying around as if ready to pull and loose whenever they see something. As far as the ocean goes, you see the remnant splashing of Brolog and Itanis jumping into the water. It's nothing else. You don't see any surfacing of any other kind in any other location.
Okay, I'm going to say to myself, fuck. And then keep looking.
Quick voice mod change just for that. Brilliant. Prologue. You jump into the water, splash down inside. Well, you get a clean look of what the underwater looks like. It is fairly crisp and clear. You're close enough to the shoreline to where it's not too muddled or unclear as what you're looking at. You see the splash of Itanis coming in. You also see him protruding almost immediately something out of his pocket and popping it onto his head. Then looking at you as he starts to take deep breaths. What are you doing?
Well, I'll be looking for any other movement besides Tanis, bubbles, fish, or other creatures doing weird stuff.
Okay, give me a perception check.
17. Are you talking? If you are, you need to...
Oh, yep. Just pulling up Itonis' character sheet for his perception. Okay. When you glimpse around, you do see a school of fish off in the distance swimming around. They don't look like they're disturbed by anything. You're looking a bit of a horizontal way. You do see just general fish life, and then you get a tap on the shoulder from Itonis as he points down.
Brolog dives deep.
As you start to dive, you notice a small glimpse of someone down there, maybe about 100 feet down. And then something large just appear in the ocean next to him. Itonis is diving down with you. He's, from what your best estimate, the figure you see is 100 feet down and still sinking.
Following.
Okay, so you start to swim down. You don't have a natural swim speed, so... athletics.
22.
22? Okay. You manage to continue holding your breath successfully as you swim down, being able to go... What's your general movement? Is it up to...
40.
It's 40. You swim down 80 feet, getting yourself to roughly around that 90 feet depth range. The figure is now 40 feet or so away from you as it continued to sink just naturally. And Itanis is a little behind you. He can't swim quite as fast as you. Trying to catch up, you see this figure move, open a hatch inside this strange metallic thing you see, then drop in with the hatch closing. Do you continue to follow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Give me another athletics.
19.
19. When you get up to this metal contraption, it is large, it is bigger than you. It looks to be circular and domed in certain areas. There's small little glass protrusions, and all around it... What languages do you speak? Do you speak Draconic?
No.
No. All around it are these foreign glyphs of arcane nature, just etched into parts of the metal plating. There are these two cylinders on the side that also have etchings of runes all around that begin to glow a lot, soft blue. As the water starts to move around it, you are getting just up to it as this is happening.
Okay. I would like to go to one of the windows.
Great, you get...
Ideally a bigger one.
They're very small. They're all the same size and all small.
All right. Whichever one's closest then.
Okay. You get up to, swim around, get to one of the windows and see the figure inside. He glimpses, smiles, as his right hand flies forward on a stick, and the water around starts to pulse and move around the entire vessel itself, being pulled through these engines. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. 25.
25. You manage to swim and push off just in time as the water space you were in is started getting sucked towards one of these metal cylinders on the left-hand side as the vessel itself lurches forward.
Question, can I not do that? Can I grab onto the window?
You wouldn't be able to grab onto the window.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? You can try.
Okay, can I put that to my 25 that I just rolled?
No, that 25 was for a saving throw to not be sucked into the cylinder.
Okay. Okay, what do I need to roll for this window grab?
That would be an attack roll, essentially a grapple. You're trying to grapple onto it. So just your strength plus proficiency.
Okay. 8.
8. You bring your hands around this small glass dome that's protruding just minorly out of this tube-like structure that you've never seen before, and as it lurches forward, your hands just slip off, and you kind of tumble with the water as the propulsion of this device lurches it forward at greater speed.
How big is this place? Do I have another chance to grab at it?
With an 8, no.
Okay.
Unfortunately, like, the lurching has spun you at such a degree to where you spin around. By the time you can see it again, it is a good 20 feet away from you.
What's my associate doing?
He is desperately trying to swim up to it, but he's just desperately trying to swim to it.
Okay, I will join him in trying to catch back up.
Okay. Give me a con save.
Con save, okay.
Yeah, sir. You've been holding your breath for like 30 seconds.
14.
14. You can still, through all the efforts and all the extraneous features that you've been doing, you're still doing well with your breath. Your con is considerably high and you can hold your breath for a while, but at these depths, you're getting tired.
Okay. Should I roll athletics to swim after this thing?
Unfortunately, wouldn't matter.
Okay.
It is much faster than you.
Okay.
How long do you swim after it?
Once I realize that it's faster than me, I am going to stop swimming and try to figure out which way it is going. Find the compass.
Give me a survival check.
Okay. 7.
7. It's difficult to know. You're deep enough into the water, you can't see the ground, you can no longer clearly see the surface itself. Your sense of direction is gone.
Okay. So, I'll do my best to keep an eye on this vessel. I'm going to start going up to the surface to try to get a directional reading. I'm going to try to figure out which way it's going as best I can once I get higher.
Perfect, okay. When you surface, I'll allow you to do another survival check to see, but it'll be at disadvantage. For now, though, while you're surfacing, we'll move over to... we'll go to Aberrat. You had a fun one.
Ooh.
Aberrat, you were examining this chunk of the foe you just downed as they shattered to the ground. You rolled a 22. I said, we'll wait, because it was good fun to leave you on that, not knowing that information till now. So, when you're looking at this, it's organic. It seems to be familiar, almost as if you know what the substance is. Then it bubbles at one point pops, and more bubbles start forming out until the solid stone you have turns into a very thin liquid, very water-like, and just starts to drip and then collapses and loses all of its structural integrity. Splashes around your palm and then drips off. When you look around, the rest of them has done the same thing. All you now have is this white substance that is seeping into the wood and dripping away.
Strange. Was there any residue left behind?
The residue, as in of the white residue that you just had in your hand?
Yeah, that dripped away. Like, was there like any dust or anything?
It was more of a goes from that solid to a bubble to liquid to evaporating within 5 seconds.
So nothing left.
Nothing. Nothing left behind.
All right. Well, then I will head upstairs to see what's going on.
Okay, as you begin to head up the stairs, Nubasai, you heard the commotion. You felt the souls being absorbed. Are you doing anything aside from staying in the room with these two people? They're there guarding the body along with you.
No.
Okay, sticking around them.
Statue mode.
Statue mode. Perfect. Then Abrat, as you climb up the stairs, when you turn to get a better look towards the lower decks, there are two people with swords drawn looking around very anxiously, along with one person desperately holding the chest of a friend on the ground, as you see their hand is christened red with blood.
Does this individual look like he is dying?
The one, give me a medicine check. At disadvantage because your hands aren't on. Actually, no. Given your nature, just a medicine check.
17.
17. Unfortunately, it looks like this person is dead.
Oh. Oh. Does there look to be any threats around?
Not from what you can tell. You see the four people standing there, two of them with the swords, looking anxious, one of them looking down at their friend, as far as you can tell, sad, maybe?
I'll just keep going up.
Okay. While you're moving up, Sabre, you were heading up to Gorm and Kandros. Kandros,
Yeah.
as you see, is currently got Gorm's head in his hand, and he's pouring a red potion into his mouth.
Oh, good.
Soon after, you hear a... What happened?
I'm not sure what's going on upstairs, but you made it, so good for you.
Made it
I was
from
a little
what?
worried.
I was just preparing some food. Why am I here?
So you didn't even see them attack you?
I didn't either, Captain.
Gandrel says.
This is very upsetting to me. Don't like things going on in my ship I don't know about. Is everyone okay?
There is... You see Gorm reach up and grab his holy symbol, and then begin muttering just a prayer to his deity and Kandros. I think we'll be fine. Tantor behind you. These boxes are clear. There's no more mimics down here. We'll make sure we check all the other luggage. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm not sure how those made it through.
I don't either. It's okay. I don't think anyone's at fault here. Figure out what's going on. So I think everything's handled down here, so I will make my way upstairs.
Okay. You get to the same point where you see two of your crew members. One of them's now putting the sword away. It's the... Oh, what did I name him? We'll call him Galleon for now. It's Galleon, your captain or the one who takes care of the ballistas, of the ballista crew. He's in charge of your ballista crew. And he's looking down quite frustrated and angrily, as now the other one with the sword still has it out, is kneeling down, sorrowful and mourning over who you see to be one of your crew members not breathing in the arms of another.
Would I be able to know, like, has he been gone for a while, or would healing be beneficial?
Give me a medicine check.
Wait, I'll just do it on D&D Beyond. Hopefully.
From below deck.
14?
14. You can tell he's dead. You're not sure how long.
He's dead, Jim.
Well...
He's dead, Jim.
Okay, she would probably put her last spell into him.
What spell would it be?
I think she only has Healing Word at 2nd level.
So, being an arcane user, you would know that Healing Word is useless on dead people.
Does Anubis I need to make a roll?
Anubis already made her rolls.
Okay. I will just put a hand on Galleon?
Galleon, yeah.
I am so sorry. I didn't...
Not exactly what we signed
say.
up for.
Doesn't make it any easier. Take care of him.
We'll see about the rights.
She'll continue... is she all the way up on deck yet?
No, you're at the just below deck. Not in the hold, but you're below deck.
Okay. She'll continue going up.
Okay. Aberrat, you get to the surface of the deck. You... I forgot about you, Wisp. I'm so sorry. Wisp.
Oh, is that all right?
You're being pulled up by two people onto the top deck. Both of them have these kind of flabbergasted type looks about them, and one of them's like, that was really cool. What? Did you get the guy who jumped off?
I don't know. I didn't see him come up. I didn't notice him when I went in the water. Which really frustrates me. He was this close.
Sounds like to me he got him. Hey, that's a story I'm going to be telling people. That's... was just electricity all over the place. Well, you're back on deck, yeah, that's good. Two others jumped off. We might need to... Oh, yes, we should probably... We should probably find the captain. I'm changing accents all the time. Here we go. Let's do it. It's like, we should probably find the captain. I'll go find her. One of them runs off as the other one starts to take off his cloak and put it around you, and then stop and... Oh, you're pressing to... yes, of course. Sorcerer's press... that makes sense. Puts his cloak back on.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate the thought. So I give the wand a little twirl in my hand, kind of twirling it between my fingers and looking at it a little dejectedly, but standing a little straight. He's torn up about that was cool, but he really hates not having stopped the guy. So then he just puts it away, and then I walk over to the edge and look into the water where Prolog and Etanis jumped in the water.
You see, passing by, just below where you came from, a couple of bubbles surfacing. That's it.
All right.
It's round... How long do you stand around there?
Minute and a half.
Okay. Abarat, get onto the deck with seeing a couple of crew members looking over the edge, looking at the water. Someone quickly brushes past you, who's like, "Oh, excuse me," and starts rushing down below deck. At this point, you would see your Londriel start making his way back, along with another flying creature coming up close behind.
I'll approach the railing where the people are looking over and likewise look over curiously.
Okay. Here you see the ocean. Lots of waters.
I will continue to look for a while.
Sobre. Crew member comes up to you, rushing. Prolog and Etanis jumped over the boat. Should we lower the anchor and stop it from moving?
Oh. Yes, I think that's a good idea, yes. Go ahead and do that.
He quickly runs off as you hear him start yelling, "James! Start lowering the anchor!" Running up the deck, you come up into the sunlight. Where would you have put your parasol?
Well, I'm just gonna throw my sunglasses on for now and keep walking, because we're busy. I'm gonna go up to the upper deck to just kind of see where everything is and be in a place that people can see me so that they know that I'm okay and try to calm everybody down.
You come up onto the deck, lower your sunglasses down, as it does help with the sight of the bright light of the sun being out. Without your parasol, your skin burns where it does a little bit, with the heat and the sunlight just kind of being a bit fierce for your drow skin. As you walk onto the deck and you see everyone peering over an edge, you start hearing the clack, 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 clack of the anchor being lowered a little ways into the ocean. It won't be able to reach the bottom, but the weight itself will help slow as other people start scurrying up the ropes to start raising the sails to further slow the boat down.
Good.
Your
Okay.
Londriel, your time is almost up.
I do that thing where I wait for like the last possible second, and then I just like my wings like lower, and I do like a full speed dive, and then funk, like parachute and catch myself, and kind of hit the ground.
Okay.
You know, a little bit harder than need be, but that's what I do.
Superhero landing.
Give me a performance check.
Okay. Oop, this is gonna be a bad one, guys. Not that bad. 14.
14. You've done this a few times now. You're kind of getting used to the feel and the general way of being able to dive bomb in this fashion. You come down and with this mad swoosh, but no wind because they're celestial wings, you stop your motion and then land softly on the deck.
Hey, I look around and I say, "Fuck," and then walk down to the edge of the deck where everyone's standing.
Prolog, by the time you surface with Etanis, the boat is roughly 100 feet ahead of you. And still moving. Much slower, but it is moving. You can see the sails are being risen up and pulled up by the people. And when you surface, a crew member who's looking over points your direction and starts shouting out to everyone else. The rest of you hear, "I've sighted them! 100 feet back!"
First things first, I'm the realist. And also,
Yes.
I'm going to be trying to figure out the direction that this tubular vessel went.
Okay. Give me a survival at disadvantage.
Okay. 10.
10. Ooh. Ooh. From your best estimations, he may be winds northeast to southeast. Oh wait, northwest to southwest. There we go. Getting my east and west. This
Northwest, southwest?
northwest to southwest.
Okay.
Let me see if I can give you a better look.
I'm sure I want westward, mate.
So, general speak, if you go to Corsor's Lair, the island there, here I'll even move the audience there. Here we go. So this being Corsor's Lair, southeast to northeast being
Oh, wait, I thought you said it was west.
west. Sorry, yeah. I'm drawing west, but I
Okay.
always get south and west all confused. So
Okay.
east and west all confused. That's the general cone that you think
Okay.
the vessel wins.
Cool. With that firmly in my mind, I'm going to make hard swim back to the boat.
Okay. Hard swim back to the boat. Give me an athletics check.
I have gathered a.
It's a natty
Go ahead.
20 for 26.
Natural
Nice.
20 for 26. Okay.
I
You-
have gathered a bundle of rope to throw over to them.
Perfect. You
Yes.
start swimming faster than Etonus again, because your speed is faster than him, and he's following, trailing behind. The boat has slowed enough to the point where it takes a few minutes for you to catch up and to get to it. But you do eventually get there without taking a point of exhaustion. Rope is thrown to you.
Okay.
You're assisted in being pulled up easily enough.
Upon grabbing the rope, I yell to Yalandriel, raise the anchor.
Okay, I'm gonna call over the same thing over my shoulder as I begin to hoist Brolog up.
What about Titanus?
Is he
You hear
still out there?
from the back, "I'll get along. It'll take you longer to raise the anchor than for me to swim to the bloody rope. Just toss it back."
I give it another toss.
I use what do I have? Is there any wind in the air?
So. You've got a nice
Yeah.
breeze coming from the island.
I quickly adjust the wind. Am I anywhere near your Laundriel?
You would, if you would like to be at this point.
Yeah. So I quickly turn the air to create a little gust of wind to push the rope more that way, so it goes as
Okay.
far as it can.
With a little
Me
flourish.
not noticing, I go, ooh, good
Ooh,
toss.
nice
myself.
toss.
Good throw. Yes, good throw.
With that, actually, why don't you, Yolandriel, give me a strength check with advantage?
Just to check.
Just a check, yep.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Sure enough, I mean, he's farther back than Brolog was. You're not sure if you have enough rope to make it to him, but you toss it out. The wind kind of goes with your flow, and without realizing that Wisp is assisting you, you manage to get the rope towards and to Etanis, and he grabs hold and like, oh, good throw.
I'm going to look at Brolog and motion for him to grab the rope, and both of us are going to literally pull him up as quickly as possible.
Brolog will do this.
As they start getting this motion moving along, when Yolondriel yelled, raise the anchor, no one moved. They all looked at you, Sabre.
Chase, so quit lowering it and bring it back up, please.
All right, reverse, let's keep going. They start raising the anchor. You hear that click, 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 click. As the anchor starts getting pulled up from the ocean, the sails get lowered down again. Boat starts moving. Etanis is pulled up. Tontor comes back onto the top of the deck. The crew is back in motion. What are you all doing?
Once we get the crew on board, I go to Sabre and say, we need to set course
Which way?
west. Straight
Do I
west.
hear this? Do I hear this?
You would. Everyone's in the general same direct area at the top of the boat.
I'm going to say, Brolog, wait. We can't just stop what we're doing to chase after someone in a direction we don't exactly know where they're going to end up.
Tontor pipes in and says, we only have 3 days' travel left of food. If we don't make port here soon, we will start to starve. And we have 3 days until we reach the Shallos estate. We don't have the... what's the word? The rations to be able to divert. But it's your call, Captain.
I don't know who this person is, but I don't think we have enough information to go giving chase
There
to
was
this
a metal tube vessel down in the water that he got in.
I should probably mention that he left with a book.
Yolondriel,
I'm gonna
You're
go.
going to let us starve over a book?
before we continue, Yolondriel, give me an intelligence check.
It's not good, folks. 13.
Or a history check, sorry. If
Oh,
your
a
history's
history
any
check. That's
better.
much better. Yes, it is much better.
Okay.
No, it's not actually.
It's not?
Or 13.
13? All right.
It's the exact same.
The brief description of a metal tube underwater, it's percolating at the back of your mind. As if you know something like that.
I'm going to say out loud, like some sort of submersible vehicle.
Brolog says, pursue for half day. Perhaps we will, the boat will get lucky. Then to the shallow.
I'm going to do another history check. Try and remember.
You can give me another one. It'll be a higher DC and a disadvantage.
Be good. Okay, never mind. 8.
8. It's just... It's not clicking. It's not clicking. There's something about it. Something about it just it's so strange.
Okay, I'm going to ask Brolog. Go ahead, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to ask, listen, Brolog, how fast was it moving?
Faster than I can swim.
Is it faster than the boat?
I am, based upon my training with the boat, would I be able to figure out the relative speeds?
Give me... Ooh. Yeah, give me a performance check.
Performance?
Performance.
Performance would be your sailing attribute.
Okay. That is a 5.
A5. Yeah, sure. You might be able to. You're probably the same speed. The boat moves pretty fast.
It would be close.
Etarnus,
I haven't. Okay,
at that point, says, like, close. That thing was speeding along inside the water like it was meant for it.
So you saw this? You
Aye.
saw it in the water?
I saw it as well. There's no way we can
not-
keep up with that.
I'm not going to risk starving over a book. I'm sorry.
I haven't taken my eyes off Prologue this entire conversation, as in to keep, because pretty much it's like I'm trying to like directly talk to him at this point, and I'm gonna say, listen, Prologue, we both failed to get the book, but we can't risk the crew and the current mission to get a book that we can't even read.
If the boat is not fast enough, I have done all that I can to the Shallos. Prologue will then go get the remnants of his pack and see what's still in it, make sure that what was taken.
Okay. You go down and see one of the twins is currently putting the contents back into where they belong, taking the bag of holding and putting it back in the bag. It looks like he's been packing it just ever so nicely. And when you come up, he's muttering to himself, "Oh, whoever's bag this is, they're not organized in any way. Everything just could be so much more. This strap is gonna need mending. Oh, hello. Is this your bag?
It is.
Would you mind if I mend it real quick for you? I can do that with some magic. It wouldn't take too long, about 10 or so minutes."
Please do.
All right. Okay. He situates it up against the mast area, and close by there's the Oceana, the female Genasi, looking at you. That was a good dive you had inside of the water there. It's rather fun to watch. Did you get him?
I caught up to him, but he got in another vessel.
Another vessel? What do you mean?
Nuclear vessel.
The only ones I know of are on the top of the waters. Nothing underneath.
The worlds are more.
Fascinating. She produces a small book and then begins to sketch you while waiting the 10 minutes for the mending to go off. From Wave. As for everyone else, what are you all doing?
Considering I'm by the captain and the crew, how many? So you said Tontor was there. Who else was there?
Tontor's there, and Etarnus. That's it.
Okay, I'm gonna turn.
Tontor, Etarnus, Abrat. I don't know where you are. Whisper's there as well. Prologue gets moved down.
I'm gonna look at all of them. My eyes ending up on the captain, and I'm just gonna say very plainly, listen, from here on out, it's not gonna get any better. It's just gonna get worse. I understand that you've already been paid for the job, but I feel like you should know that this is just the beginning. We have to be on high alert from here on out. Every move we make is going to be watched.
Great. Well, he is going to pay for the damage to my boat. That's for sure.
Tantor goes,
Keeps on getting better.
"What damages? There weren't any damages." As Itona says, "Of course there were damages. There were plenty of damages. You see, I had to repair that mast because of what just happened here. We had to also repair a hole down in the hold. I can easily scrounge up about 2,000 gold worth of damages caused by this whole fight."
Thank you, Itona.
Hey, I smile, like, there's like a genuine smile on my face as I'm like looking between everyone. And I'm like, yeah, all right. I know. But listen, I appreciate the help you guys have given us so far. And I'm sorry that your lives were in risk because of us. But fair warning, this isn't the last time. And if I could change that, I would, but I can't. And I'm going to look at Sabrea, and I'm going to say, back where I grew up, I knew a captain. He said that when you're a captain, shit rolls downhill. Meaning that you're used to not having these sorts of issues. But just so you know, none of us are at the top of the hill right now. And they know it. I'm gonna nod.
Bloody hell. Well, must get to it. Now that everything's settled down, I'm gonna get my parasol out. I am frying.
Aberrats, where are you at?
I'm probably still looking over the edge where everyone had been looking, just kind of staring at the water and how pretty it is.
Okay. And Wisp, where are you at?
I was on the deck with the command crew.
Okay.
Can I wander over and talk to your Laundriel?
Before, at the end of that conversation, as you're getting that parasol out, I need Sabre and Wisp to give me wisdom saving throws. Ooh.
Alrighty. 4.
For what?
6.
6.
Oh,
great.
Guys.
Yolandriel. Yolandriel,
Yeah?
what is your spell DC?
Oh, my spell DC. Hold on 1 second, everybody. What is my spell DC? 14.
14.
Mm-hmm.
You suddenly have a cacophony of voices speaking inside your head. You hear Wisp, you hear Sabre, you hear Tantor, you hear Itanis. What are you all thinking right now? Sabre and Wisp. What are your immediate thoughts? The ones on the surface.
Oh, more danger. What was the book? I failed again.
Just keeps getting better and better, and I just don't think there's enough money to even make this worth it, I suppose. I already agreed to it, though. These people are trouble.
You hear Tonus with a... by the mortal one, what is going on here? I need a drink. And then Tantor, this deal keeps getting worse and worse as each day passes. Yolandriel, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, thank God. My con saving 14.
14? It is a... All of these voices are coming in at once. You can understand what they're saying and who's saying what, but it's still debilitating, and you still have a cracking headache from it.
Okay, in the middle of this, can I quickly pull off the helmet that is currently on my head?
You can.
Okay.
pull
You
it
guys
off,
see me pull this helmet off as if it's like there's like a bug in it or something.
and the voices immediately stop as soon as you do.
Okay, I'm gonna look down at the helmet and then look back up at the crew and I'm gonna say, "Excuse me," and then I'm gonna turn around and then walk downstairs.
Must have had to use the privy.
Apparently.
Is his head getting hot or something? Ah, I need a drink. Anyone else want one?
Here, please.
That sounds very good, yes.
Alright, well, Wisp, you can follow me then. I'll bring you one up, Captain. Or I'll have someone else do it, actually. I think I've got a bit of a mess to clean up downstairs. Aye, you do. I'd appreciate it if you took care of that. I need to see that the crew, we had a death. Hey. Which one? Johnny. That's going to be tough on Galleon. Well, I think we're all going to need some drinks here soon. Starts wandering down. Wisp, do you follow him?
Yeah, I'll follow him down to the main deck, but then I'll actually kind of veer off and head toward Brolog.
Okay. Brolog, you are still waiting for this mending spell to go off, and just as Wisp is joining, Wave finishes the spell, and you see the straps that were cut just start tethering themselves back together and becoming one whole strap again, as if nothing happened. He picks it up, hands it to you, and is like, there you go. Oh, hey, Wisp.
Oh, hello. Good job.
Thank you.
Brolog, do you have any idea why they wanted a book? It came from, they pulled it from your bag. That's all I know. Your Landriel shouted to stop him. I tried. I'm sorry I couldn't.
First off, has Brolog been able to check the contents of the bag yet?
You were just handed the bag?
Okay, so Brolog's going to do that whilst rummaging through the bag to see if it's all still there.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
And if I've picked up that it's rude to address him while he's busy, I don't. But then I'll say it when he's done.
That's a 6.
A 6? Everything's there.
Perfect. Wisp, thank you for your attempt to assist. The tome that was taken was Percy's. He was trying to translate it, I believe. But the more important matter that the king requested that it stay with his body. If Wisp isn't going to say any more things, Brolog's going to go down to his room.
Okay. When you go down, you open up the door. Inside is a Nubasai and 2 others. One of the others looks at you and is everything safe out there? Are we on the clear?
The boat is now clear of villains. You two may leave.
If you're taking our place and taking the watch, we will leave. We'll take our part and see to our duties.
Brolog then turns to Anubisai, who's still there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And explains to her everything that just happened. And asks her if she has any idea of why it happened or how, based upon her years of wisdom and experience.
They needed the book.
Hmm.
Something in the book they need. Or that could be used against them. But beyond that, I don't know.
Do you know anything about these metal tube vessels?
Do I know what a submarine is?
Give me an intelligence check.
Roll the 14.
14. It.
It's a 13.
Oh, with the modifiers. You know, in some of the places you've been, there have been some things that will do that. In all your time here, there's not per se. You're not quite sure if you've heard of something like that existing here. You believe it does, but you haven't heard someone talk about it or seen it.
I do know of these underwater boats, but I have not seen any around in this area in a very long time.
Do you know how they are made or mix them?
And not entirely sure. Sure, there's a lot of magic involved. A lot of artificial, or runes, artifices.
Gorillog will then sit on his bed and send a message to the king.
Okie dokie, what are you sending?
We were attacked from within the ship. I was surrounded, and although I cut them down, a tome of Percy's was stolen. En route to Shallos.
Okay. The message you get back is pursuit not an option? It's going to continue. Which notes? The whole tome or his notes? How far from Shallos? Where did they go? From within? How? 25.
Hey.
They escaped in a submersible vessel. That is faster than ours. 3 days from Shallos. Yeah.
Okay. Very well. Describe in detail to Admiral Vuja. Return what you can to her and continue reporting. Do not fail me again.
So you said the tome was taken and the notes about the tome?
And Percy's notes about the tome, yes. As
Then
far as
I'll
you can
say,
tell with your investigation of 6.
Will do. The Magus this tome and Percy's translation of it were taken.
After your last message, there is a brief. There may be need for redirect. We'll confirm in a few days. Continue to Shallos.
Yeah.
What time of day are we at now?
You are looking at. It's getting close to the end of the day.
Prologue will use the rest of the day whilst standing guard over his body to practice his clan dance, the Luxu.
Okay. Anubisai, you witness for the rest of the day while standing guard, Prologue starting to do these strange dance motions in a very confined quarters as he struggles to not hit over things and still give me a performance check, Prologue.
That's a
Ooh, and not doing too
Wait,
well
hold
about
on.
it.
no, it's a 3.
It's a 3, it's worse. He's running into the wall, hitting things constantly, moving the bunks, budging stuff. At one point you get scared that he might hit over that recording device, and he manages to just barely not hit it, but he does knock one of the cylinders off, and it lands with a clunk onto the ground. He's a little reckless about it.
I'm just going to have Neb mimic him.
Neb's doing just about as good as Prologue. Like, mimicking literally everything. When he knocks over one of the cylinders, Neb goes over, just expressionless, and pushes one of them off to also knock one of them off, thinking it's part of the dance. And continues on. As far as the rest of you, your laundry will... actually, Aberrats, we haven't visited you in a while. Let's go to you for a bit. You looking into the ocean, there's a few moments. Time continues to pass. The lovely sound of the ocean waves crashing across the bow of the boat, just soothing you into a bit of a trance and a lull. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, there we go. 17.
17. As you stare into the ocean, you can't help but accidentally fall into a minor trance. And with it, your spore self reaches out and just feels around. You can sense and feel every nook and cranny of this boat where there is a small organic plant life form trying to make its way and actually find root into the wood itself. Not doing too well about it. But then you get that presence. A whisper. The back of your mind. Something reaching out to you. Calling to your mind. Calling and begging, echoing you on. When you open your eyes, you find yourself on the other side of the boat, having walked over without intending to. And you open your eyes staring directly at the island ahead of you. You're about 300 feet away from it, not close, but close enough to be able to catch the winds and the way the winds come out from the island, pushing the boat along, assisting you in that way. But it calls to you. It wants you.
Does it feel like a tree?
Give me a nature check. Nature or Arcana. One of those two.
Arcana or both. Either Volcano Dos. 18.
18. It's not a tree. Something else. Which one did you roll?
Nature.
Nature? Yeah, it's not a tree. It's something else. Something living.
Are there any sailors nearby?
There are a few sailors nearby. There's Sobre up at the helm. Tontor is currently still standing next to her. They're having a conversation we'll get to in a moment.
I'll turn to one of the close sailors and ask, what's the name of this island?
This island, it's Corso's lair. Those who dare to go into it rarely come back, and if they do, they're mad. Lost their minds. They're not themselves anymore, as if they've become someone else. It's become one of the most feared islands in the northern shores. Of course, most of them are.
I like it. Thank you. I'm gonna go down and find Brolog.
While you're turning to leave, you hear him say under his breath, "Did he just say he likes it? Is he nuts?" "Ah, well, they're just passengers," and he goes about his business. So you're going to find Brolog?
Yes.
Okay. What do you find him easy enough? He's inside the cabin. The Nubasai there as well. They're both... He's dancing. With a monkey dancing as well, expressionless. It sees you and just stares at you while still doing the dance, not breaking its motion, mimicking Brolog perfectly with every hit of something. Whenever Brolog hits a wall, it dances over to a wall quickly and hits a wall on purpose.
Interesting. I'll look over at Brolog and say, Brolog, I can feel something calling from Corso's lair. I don't think it's important, but it seems to want. So we might want to put a pin in that one. Think about it for later. And then I'm going to turn around and walk out the room.
Just no notice, no anything. Gives that announcement and then walks out the room.
Yep.
After Aberrat said, I don't think it's important, Brolog stopped paying attention.
Okay. Good. And ATPD.
Perfect.
Are those special codes?
As the party does. ATPD.
Yes.
Yolandriel Wisp. Anything from you two? Sobre, Tontor's going to have a conversation with you in a moment.
I'm definitely going to have a moment to look at my helmet, and I'm going to go, what the fuck was that?
Give me an investigation check.
You gotta love a character that's got -1. 13.
13, okay. Now give me an Arcana check.
Okay, well, that's probably about the same. Let me see. Yeah, it's also a -1. 11.
11.
Guys, I'm dumb. My character's stupid.
Oh, I love how it's built around everything that clerics aren't good at. Anyway, I love it, Andrea. When you're looking at this helmet, it's where are you situated at? Where did you go to the boat to do this?
I just went like below deck 1 level.
Low deck, okay.
Try not to touch my face. If you couldn't tell this whole episode,
yeah,
I've been like...
No, beard, I understand it, yeah.
Yeah.
I get the feel.
Anyway.
I love thinking beard. That's why I grew it. You find down below there is a plank that is already set up to act as a table, and you find yourself or a stool just at this makeshift table. There are a couple of people who are currently stationing a dead body with Gorm praying and reading over it. From what you can tell, it's Gorm's form of last rites, essentially, over the deceased bodies, as a cleric does, or as they typically do. And the other ones are quietly waiting and listening in. You take your helmet, kind of arms on your knees, staring at it. Where the points of the openings and the chin guards and jaw guard used to be very long-gated and pointed, they're shorter, and the points are more rounded. It itself has started to recede in a bit. The only bit that's still predominant is that metal band at the top. That's the connection between the cap and the guards around. It has changed its shape minutely. And as you focus a bit more, you can tell that it is resisting you. From all your other pieces, your breastplate, your halberd, you won those pieces over. You won their trust. This helmet you were given. You are not attuned to it yet.
Okay. I am going to spend a couple hours meditating and trying to earn the trust of this inanimate object.
Okay. In what way are you doing that? How are you doing this?
I'm going to sit there with it in my hands, and I'm going to meditate to try and better connect myself with the celestial that resides within this body.
Okay. Perfect. Spend a few hours doing that.
Mm-hmm.
While you are doing that, Abrat, out of curiosity, when you left Brolog and Nubasai, where did you go from there?
I'd go back up to the top of the deck to go back to looking out into the ocean.
Okay. What side of the
Very
deck?
pretty.
Looking away from the island or towards it?
Towards the island, because that's
Towards
a
the island?
curiosity.
Fantastic. Great. Sabre. Tontor remained up by the helm for a while. He's quiet for quite a while. Till finally he speaks up. Captain, if I may have permission to speak freely.
Yes, of course, Tantor. What is it?
I know your primary concern is the crew, and your crew, and those who are part of the ship. Those people were part of the ship. I served with I served with Solomon before we even came to Andrea. Happen came and joined later on. If what your Londriddle said was correct, that it is only going to get worse, then I think no amount of gold is worth putting our crew at risk like this.
Yes, I agree.
Tantor. Snake in the grass.
Are you proposing something then?
I would like to not propose anything. It was me speaking up that got me kicked out of my clan to begin with. Now, I just would like to speak my thoughts and what I think. Those are my thoughts. Do with it what you'd like, Captain. I would be amiss if I didn't vocalize it to you at the very least.
Well, your thoughts are always welcome here. I want you to know that. I very much value your opinion.
Of course.
I'm going to take some time to think about it. To just make a decision by the time we make it to the Shallos estate.
If I may put another bug in your ear, I think we could do it. Now that we properly know what is on our shores, we could easily survive these times and take this contract. It would mean putting us at accelerated risk, yes, but I'm sure Itanis can talk the crew into it. We might need to find some extra hands when we get to Shallos, though. That'll be a little extra coin out of our pocket. We did just lose 2 of our crew.
Yeah. Well, there probably won't be a shortage of people looking for jobs once we get there. Shouldn't be too hard to convince them to join.
It's the Shallos estate. There's always people looking for a job.
Indeed.
And this one pays well.
Yes.
Either way, you have my support, Captain. I will always have your back.
Thank you, Tantor. That means a lot.
He starts to depart as Itanis comes back up with a cup of it's a fine china tea glass. He's like, "Don't worry, it's not tea, it's whiskey."
Oh, thank God.
It's like, it just looks like tea, the green kind. The one that Gorham likes to have. These reserve green tea that he's got hidden away under one of the boards out in the back.
That is brilliant, and I think I'm going to love this. Thank you. Tell him thank you so much.
What? Oh, no, it's not the tea. That's my whiskey. It just looks like the tea. Disguise, so the crew doesn't know you're drinking on the job. That's my job.
Oh. I used to have a drink back in my city that was kind of like that. It reminded me of like a green tea, but it was actually whiskey. So this is exciting.
Interesting.
Thank you so much.
If we ever make it back home, you'll have to show me some of that. I've never been to the underground of the end of Quaila, though. Spent my life on the seas.
Be too hard for you to see? Well, actually, I don't know if it would. Do you see in the dark well?
I'm an elf. Yes, I do.
So you could probably.
Well,
Extended period of no sunlight, though, might bother you.
give me a perception check.
Ten.
10? Okay. It takes you moments, but his back is facing the deck. And just in front of him, he's holding a piece of paper. And he is talking to the wind, waiting for you to realize. You're not sure how long he's been standing that way. When you look over, the paper is clearly poised for you to take it.
We'll try to sneakily take it so that nobody else can see.
So that sleight of hand roll was on him, and he didn't roll that well for it, so he's fairly obvious.
Okay.
Hands it over, and he says quietly, "Whatever that was, it wasn't Happen or Solomon. You recognize that language?
What's the language?
You open it up, you take a look at it, give me an intelligence check."
Four.
Oof.
You have no idea what this language is.
No, I'm not familiar with this.
It's Magus.
Oh,
I found it in Solomon's bag. Which means either he's been on the crew as part of a Magus spy of some kind. I'm going to go on that limb. Ever since we left Quaila, that was my immediate thought. He produces another piece of paper, and then I found there's another similar one with Happen. He's from Andrea.
finding more and more of us.
Whatever we've gotten ourselves into, Sabare. Hands the other piece of paper over to you.
We need a raise.
I agree. I will start making preparations immediately. Don't you worry about it.
If you need anything, any help, any assistance with dealing with King Shago, just let me know. Met him once. Kind guy. Not very wise.
Well, I will make sure to keep that in mind. I might need some help.
Good. Well, I know I, for myself, am expecting, at the very least, 15,000 now.
Right. I will put that in my ledger.
More for the king to take care of. Remember, he starts turning around. If you lose me, you lose half your crew. That's not by choice. I am sorry.
I don't want to lose you.
Good. I don't want to lose the ship.
Okay. Need to find a way to become a little bit more popular, I see.
You know, Etanis
right.
has been part of the crew for longer than you. He's been almost since the ship has been made. He's been part of this crew and the first mate. It's easily been decades that he's been the first mate of the boat.
Can I do a thing real quick?
Yep, what would you like to do?
I would like to try and use my spyglass,
Okay.
if possible.
What are you using your spyglass on?
I don't know if this is a thing that can work, but I want to try and see if I can look at how far the submergible boat has gotten.
Give me... I mean, there is always the essence of you can certainly try. So you can give me a perception check.
That
Now-
is DM language, ladies and gentlemen, for good luck.
Good luck.
Sure.
So you can give
Yeah,
me
try.
you can give me a perception check. I believe the spyglass gives it at advantage. So give it to me at advantage. Just note, it is a very high DC.
Okay. Perception.
Yes.
At advantage.
Yes. Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
16.
Is that at advantage? I only see one.
It shows 11 and 16 for me.
Oh,
wait.
okay. No,
Maybe?
that's the +5. That's with the +5.
Okay.
So
try
16
it
with the
again.
+5. Oh, just roll one more time, essentially.
Thought I did. It didn't
Oh.
do it.
Actually, I'm looking at roll 20, which might just give me the end result. And I'm not in the campaign for D&D Beyond, so...
Ooh, 19.
Okay, so yeah, the 16 then. Now that I understand how it works, we'll go with that 19, because it failed anyway as well, so...
Oh, get wrecked, scrub.
You look out into the ocean, you see a soft plume of mist get thrown up from a whale pod off in the distance. You don't see anything else that pertains or captures your attention.
Cool. Well, at least I got to use it.
It was a good thought.
I'm just gonna stand up and continue my shift.
Okay. For the rest of the day, is there anything anyone else is doing? Anything in particular? Except for Abrak giving me another wisdom save.
Eleven.
Face.
11. Sabre, who's on deck right now? Okay, so your
I probably am.
your laundry's underneath. Wisp and Sabre, give me perception checks.
8.
8. 8. Ooh.
6.
6. Well, luckily your crew rolled better. Aberrat.
Aberrat disappears, and we notice like 2 days later.
2 days later.
Right.
Wait, where did the fungi go? There's a pun in there, you can see it.
There was.
Okay.
Aberrat, while you're standing
Shame.
there, stirring off, things start to get cloudy and fuzzled up a bit. And you hear a very clear and clean voice in your head. Come to me. Then you feel emotion, a strong grasp around your legs. Suddenly, Sabre, you and Wisp, you hear one of the crew members shouting out, man almost overboard, I need some assistance! As Aberrat is currently dangling, being held just aloft into the boat by one of the crew members who is desperately trying to keep hold of him and could really use some help.
I run over and start grabbing and pulling too.
Okay, give
Does
me
Brother-in-law perceive this yell?
give me a perception check.
Did you say a strength check?
Yeah, so strength check with advantage because you're technically being assisted by the person who currently has him grabbed.
That was a 2.
That
Didn't
was
hear
a 2.
anything.
He didn't hear anything, no.
$13.
13? It's enough. It's
Negative
not
1.
Brolog, it's not a Nubicide. If it was Brolog or Nubicide, you'd be dragged into the ocean with him. But it's Aberrat.
If we were Nubicide, you'd sink all the way to the
Sink all
bottom,
the way to the
to the
bottom.
depths.
Of the sea. You manage to hoist Aberrat back up, and when you do, you look into his eyes and they are clouded. Just pure cloud, and he turns and tries to walk over again. The crew member stops him and says, okay,
Captain? And I quickly slap his face.
great. Aberrat, you come to. You see everything around you again. The island comes clear. There's Wisp and another crew member just staring at you with concerned face. And your left cheek feels a little hard. A little hot, little tough. So someone just might have slapped you in the face. And Sabre, you definitely heard Wisp calling out.
What's
Maybe don't stare off at that island.
Wait, what did you say?
Don't stare off at that island. And Aberrat will point off at the island that he was staring at.
Is that why you wanted to walk off into the water, because you were staring at that island?
There is something there. Something there that calls. Aberrat turns around and walks to the other side of the boat.
Corsol. Captain, I think we've gotten too close to the island. Corsol's putting out his song.
Okay, let's correct course. Get away from the murder island. Everybody, don't look over there. Don't go on that side of the boat unless
Crew.
absolutely necessary.
All shift to the other side of the boat almost simultaneously, all obeying command and following suit. A few of them start to argue as to who's going to have to go to the other side of the boat to redo the fastenings so they can shift the sails for the redirection. And eventually the brave ones go over and start shifting, but the boat corrects its course and starts going the right direction.
I use Storm Guide to kind of have the winds be blowing away from the island as much as possible so we get away faster.
Perfect. You assist with your magical senses, Wisp, with everyone pulling to and heaving ho. The night, it is at this point very much so night. It's very dark, getting close to the point where those who are not awake during the night have to go to sleep. Galleon comes up to you, Sabre, and says, Captain, if you don't mind, I've requested from Itanis that I take this shift. I frankly will not be able to sleep. I do not take losing a crew member very easily, especially part of my team. I know I won't be sleeping, so I would like to give those who are injured, Itanis particularly, some time to rest.
You're sure?
And
All right then.
Give me an insight check. Yes. You don't know the sincerity behind it. She rolled a 6 for everyone who wants to know. But you don't necessarily see the sincerity behind it or feel it, but you can see that his eyes are red. They are a little puffed up, and goes on with, I am sorry for the conduct of my crew that I have brought onto your boat. You were kind enough to give us a job and give us a contract, and I have failed you as the leader of those individuals. I promise we will do better.
Do not take this out on yourself. It was not your fault. You could not have known. I won't allow it.
It will. I should have known. I should have seen them. I should have known.
A lot of things we wish we could have or should have done. Not always possible. And I'm not going to stand here and let you believe that it was your fault. At least for my part. You're completely pardoned, at least from me.
I appreciate that greatly. Just know, he was the same man. He was happy. There was no tell. I had no idea he had turned on us. Or become whatever that was. I served with his father. And I had the pleasure of serving with him. Whatever he was, that wasn't happen.
Right. Well, again, I am so sorry. You have my deepest condolences. And we will be doing a toast just the same, either tonight or tomorrow, whenever we feel like we're up to it. Okay?
Gorm said first light tomorrow is when he'll have him ready. Well, not happen. Happen's body apparently disseminated into the air and disappeared. All we have are his belongings. But as for my other crew member who died, that will happen in the morning. Thank you, Captain. I'm sure it's been a tiring day for you. I will take the helm from here.
All right. Be sure if you need something, come and get me. I'm not going to sleep for a while.
Of course. He takes the helm, measures the course, looks at the island for a second, shivers for a moment, and then looks forward. As far as everyone else, have you anything else before collapsing for the night?
Nah. Just some good old meditation.
Yeah.
After your meditation, Yolondriel, where do you retire for the night?
Back to the room. Like
Back to the
normal.
room.
Yep. I kind of have this feeling now
me.
that the protecting of the body is no longer like a huge issue, considering they got what they came to get. So I will still take watches if Brolog demands it, but yeah. I want to sleep.
All right.
Burlock is going to ask Anubisai to take his sentinel ship in the room.
Do the statue mode in the room.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Nubisai, for that, give me 2 perception checks.
So that's a 14.
Okay.
Now it will be an 8.
An 8. Okay. The night, it's fairly calm. You can hear the footsteps and the boots hitting the wood as people move around still. Eventually, at some point during the night, you stop hearing the seagulls, giving you the idea that you might have moved away from land for now. You might be back into the open ocean. But nothing disturbs your surroundings. No one barging in or trying to steal anything. Your laundry. For your meditation, I would like you to give me a wisdom check.
Just a, you kind of cut out, is that a save or a...
Just a check. Just
check.
A wisdom check, yeah.
Okay.
I moved my head the wrong direction.
17.
17? Okay.
Save.
You... you go to sleep with that helmet in your mind. What happened above up on deck kind of occurring to you. And in your dreams you see similar flashes, similar faces. You recognize people that you know, but you don't recall their name. Lots of different faces popping up and showing themselves to you. The one you know and recognize the most, although a little different from time to time, is M-Newlove. Over and over again. Some points he's wearing a helmet, the same helmet that you have. And other points he's not. Some points he's holding a halberd, same one you have. Other points he's not. Same thing goes for the breastplate and other pieces that you have yet to find. The belt that you know Ulrich to have, part of Lord Zizi's crew. Braces, boots, greaves. Your dreams are disturbed with memories. And when the morning comes by, you wake up, cold sweat, not panicked, but you seem to wake up more exhausted than you were. You don't take a point of exhaustion because you passed on your wonderful check there.
Nice.
But when you look over, the helmet is no longer a helmet. It is a circlet of black and silver entwined, twisting in among itself, moving around the head, and then coming down to a finishing point of a stamped moon. And over on both sides are crescent moons.
I'm gonna like smile and I'm gonna say, "That's better." And then I'm gonna grab the thing, put it on, and then put on my armor, slap my halberd to the back, and I'm gonna say, "All right, let's work on our relationship there, Celestial." I say as I head up to the top deck to head up to get some food and then help out the crew for the rest of the day.
Now, I think you can add it to your inventory, but you can add the Helm of the Crescent Moons to your inventory. Should work. So this helm is going to give you advantage on your perception checks, all perception checks. As far as the thoughts part of it, when you put it on, you know it's capable of that. But you haven't unlocked that ability yet. You're attuned, but it's not awakened.
Helm of the Crescent Moons, I see it.
Yeah.
Add.
Of course, it could be working just fine. Just Anubisai's the only one else in the room.
How
we
do
get
I-
a long rest at this point?
You all get a long rest at this point. You can hit that long rest button, get your health back, which I know some of you really desperately needed.
Don't forget to confirm it.
Yep.
It's not coming into my attunement.
So it shouldn't. So remember, only one of your pieces is going to have the attunement slot to it. As long as you're attuned to that, you're attuned to them all. They all count as one attunement. Just fitting it into that attunement takes a little process.
It is done, sir.
Perfect.
Eulandriel is in a good mood this morning.
Little win after many losses.
Yep, after quite a few.
Quite a few in a row. As far as the moaning goes, you all know you have 2 days left, 2 days travel. Is there anything in particular, any conversations, any actions that you would like to note for those 2 days?
I think in general, I'm going to go over with Brolog about the interaction I had with that Dragonborn and how he said for me to meet him at the Shallos estate because there were many things to discuss, that was part of the list of things we have to do at the Shallos estate.
This is Dragonborn.
You'll recall from the city we were at that was overrun by those World War Z zombies.
For lack of better term. According to lack of better understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the best description so that maybe you'll remember that one Dragonborn that was important.
To give a description for everyone out there, the individual you describe, you would know is... you might not know. Give me an intelligence check quickly. You heard his name several times, but it's your Eulandriel. You might not remember it, or might not have even been paying attention. 5, you've no idea what his name is. But it is a black dragonborn with a very large gash that goes along the cheek and kind of over the snout a little bit, just narrowly missing that eye section of it. He's got 2 horns that are growing out the side. Not typical, not something you're used to seeing on a dragonborn. He is large in size, wears very thick, full plate armor with a shield. Well, actually, no, I don't think he has. He has a very large greatsword on his back of fine make. He is a black dragonborn, so black scales. Roughly, Brolog, he would have gathered your attention to a degree because he's roughly about the same size as you.
Yeah, wait, did you say, Eulandriel, that he's supposed to be there? We're supposed to meet him there?
Yeah, I'm going to nod my head and say the conversation was quick, but he said there was much to discuss, so...
Prologue, when he gives the description, why don't you also go ahead and give me an intelligence check?
Ooh, the two dumbest characters in the party. Let's get it.
11.
11. His name escapes you, but from what he described the person who was sitting as the head of the Shallos estate at the Circle of Leaders.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
I'm going to nod my head, and then I'm going to say, before I help the crew, if there's anything that needs to be done, let me know.
I think not. I do not think there is a threat any longer, but I will keep watch for see myself later.
I'm going to nod my head at Brolog. My dog is barking in the hallway, sorry. And then go help the crew.
Okay. Does anyone else have any important notes for... Again, it's 2 days for your sales. You have some good weather and good standings, but with the way the twins operate, they can get you moving along fairly quickly and get you there safely enough.
Along with guarding Percy's body, Brolog will only be going to get food and then practicing the Luxul dance.
Okay. Give me 3 performance checks.
That's an 8. That's a 5. That's an unnatural.
An unnatural
That was
1.
a 1. Yep.
It was
The whole
a 2
ship
that turned into
shakes.
a 1.
All 3 days.
A dirty
It's-
1.
It's
dirty,
a process.
dirty 1.
It's a process. You managed to damage the bed, damage the cabinet that's in there for your help, damage the door handle, making it a little difficult to open up. You have to jiggle it and then twist with a bit of a as you get the handle just to twist and open the door. Yolanda, this is a particular note for you, as it's a little frustrating when you go back in at the end of the second day there to go back to the quarters. You get some practice in. You get to a point where you almost knock over the bed that has Yolandrio's body on it. Almost knocking...
Praspidus's.
Thank you. Praspidus's body on it. Almost pushing Praspidus's body to the ground. Catch it in time. Sadly, no progress. You're trying, though.
Oh, yes, and it shouldn't need to be stated, but yoga the entire trip.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think that's 3 more hours, right?
That'll
or 2.
That'll be through 2 more. 2 more hours. 2 more hours. We'll do a bit of a round table. Abrat, anything for you?
For the most part, no. I might search around the ship for that plant life that I was trying to grab hold, but I won't look too hard because I don't want to disturb it.
Okay. Give me a nature check at disadvantage, because you're not looking too hard.
Yeah. Not looking good. 12.
12. As far as the one you sensed, you never identified that one. But there's a few other you found. Turns out Gorm out in the back of the kitchen designated area. He's got a few hydroponic type plant growth areas. And when you come down, he explains, I like to be able to grow my own thyme and rosemary for the captain's meals whenever we have important guests over. It's nice and quaint. If I run out of water, all I have to do is boil the seawater. Bit of a process. But as I'm here for the health of the crew and the food that they eat, I have the time.
Fascinating. Yeah, other than that, Abrat, not too much.
Pulls out a kitchen knife. Are you edible?
I'm gonna go with a no.
I mean the fungus on your sides. Is that part of your body or something that is growing on you?
The main reason why I say probably no is, I like dead things.
Puts it away. You're right. Probably no. There is one thing we'll do before break, but we'll get to these 2 days. Wisp, anything in particular for you for the 2 days?
I think I just asked Yolandriel at some point. I catch him and ask him the same question of why were they trying to get a book? I don't know that the answer would be different, so I don't feel the need to roleplay, but if we want.
You are muted, good sir.
Yep. I would say, listen, we found information that there were more Maguses on this continent than were previously thought. The book is from one of them, and I think if they went through that much trouble to get the book, then whatever's been going on has something to do with whoever wrote it. If I could have gotten the book, if we could have gotten the book, the king, then maybe he could have, after a time, figured out what was going on, but...
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It was my fault.
If that's the case, why do you think the danger will keep increasing? It sounds like they may have got what they wanted? Are you expecting... No?
If they had got what they wanted, one or more of us would have been dead, and they would have gotten a book. That was the entire point of them taking over the strongest members of the crew. It wasn't just to hide. You are muted, good sir.
Oh,
Murray.
I'm not muted. I didn't say that on purpose. I just whispered it so you'd see me whispering, but
I'm
not
not
hear
muted.
what I said.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
That was
sorry.
by design.
All right. So, yeah, I just kind of ponder that.
I'm going to say, either way it's done, but it's not the last time they're going to send people. And if I had it my way, I wouldn't put anyone on the ship in danger, but that is the way it is probably going to go.
What do they have against you all?
We're in the way. To varying degrees.
The way of what?
Whatever they're planning. And if they think we're in the way, then anyone around us, by proxy, is in the way.
Yes, I can see that. All right. Thank you.
I'm going to look at Wisp and I'm going to nod at him. I'm going to say, if you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask me. You've helped us out a lot, more than we deserve. So, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm happy to be of help when I can. And I just go hang out with the twins some more. Make sure they're safe.
Okay. Sobre. Anything in particular from you?
I don't know that we necessarily need to RP this, but she would get up at first light the next day and do the toast and the entering of the body.
This is something we'll talk about. The next morning, you were all invited to the top deck, where it's strange. instead of putting bodies for Happen and Solomon, they are essentially sending a couple of empty crates, signifying filled with their goods, what goods are not meant to be kept, signifying the passing of the 2 crew members, along with the body of the one that did pass away. Rites are read by Gorm as he reads rites of some god that he follows or other gods that the individuals followed. There is a toast, and they are commissioned to the sea, dumped into the waters. Many sorrowful faces and sorrowful people. Well, I mean, everyone else has now, so...
Or one out for the homies.
This one's for the homies who died, yo. But afterwards, it is a day of hard work and labor. But that night, Gorm does crack out his specialty green tea, which, Sobre, you haven't had the privilege of having the specialty green tea yet. You've heard much about it. But Gorm really does only bring it out for very significant reasons. After drinking it, you realize, oh shit, this is that whiskey green tea. It's not actually green tea, it's whiskey. But it tastes like green tea. But bring it out.
This is my favorite guy now.
It is strong. Very, very strong. And meant for celebration and moments of that. Anubisai.
Wow, amazing.
Amazing. For the 2 days of Anubisai, anything of importance, or what are you intending?
No, nothing important unless it comes to me. I'm just gonna stand by Percy's body.
You spend the days guarding, observing, watching the room, and during the course of the time, at no point does the room get disturbed. The door open for any means other than for Brolog or Eulandriel.
I was gonna say the room not being disturbed is kind of a point of view. I'm sure Brolog does more to disturb the room.
Yeah, definitely. The room is quiet. I mean, at this point, after 2 days of watching, you kind of get to the point of being excited for Brolog not to be there, because things will not be broken and disturbed while he's there. But whenever he does show up, he starts doing his locks on again, and starts breaking things. Just wrecking the room. Constantly. Kandros has to actually do his job and come in and repair things. Kandros is supposed to be the apprentice bosun to Tontor, but he sits on his butt and does nothing most of the day, other than play at the harp and play at the flute and lute and all that stuff. But after a while, those of you who venture onto the deck, you start to witness on the left-hand side of the boat a black object coming into shape. It grows in size as the time comes by, as you see these obsidian spires coming out from land. The shore itself is brief and short. The island itself seems to be rising tall, of black glass and black rock. In the center of it, a very large and ominous mountain rises over the rest of the peaks, the jagged peaks. Those of you from Quayla, it might remind you of where the Flitber come from. Those tall land spires from the ocean shore with no shoreline for any boat to dock on, coming into play with nothing but water around, lapping and slapping against the rock faces. But this is one solid mass. There is green around certain places where plants have managed to grow, but the rest of it is nothing but black rock. For almost an entire day, you sail around this rock. And then eventually you get to a point where you see other vessels. Sabre, you would understand this point to be getting close to the entrance of the Shallos estate itself. What you know is that the Shallos estate is a group of mercenaries who have conglomerated together, being rejects of both countries, or people who didn't agree and didn't want to stay in either of the countries, coming up north to join a different people. The entrance is difficult. It is narrow. It can only fit maybe at most 2 ships, unless it's a war vessel. War vessels, for those, you have to clear the channel. You can't fit any other boat around it. For your boat, you could fit with another vessel, pending. However, first you need to get by the checkpoint. Checkpoint being the 2 vessels that are now maneuvering themselves around your ship to come along parallel each side, and getting to that point of sailing at your speed with crews working hard to make sure they maintain the same speed as the Nightlock. Up ahead, in between these 2 very tall obsidian spires, there is a small entrance of a channel you see going into the island itself. And it's at that point we're going to take a break. We will break there as they get to the point
I turned
of
my
joining
ship
the Shallos.
sideways.
Yeah, just crash
So,
Reddick.
you know, that drift move. I drift the ship sideways, which actually, with 2 sorcerers who have water magic, is possible. But more on that
Block the
later.
whole channel.
It's absolutely possible. We are going to take a quick break, lose some mounces, and give ourselves the opportunity to gain some mounces. We encourage the rest of you to do the same thing. If you would like a refill of any drink, Lily can take care of you. They'll heal, whatever they want to be. Lily will bring you what drink you'd like. For now, we'll see you in 10. Enjoy your intermission. We'll be back soon. Ah, there we are. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We left a wonderful crew as they joined in, started to get flanked on either side by Shallos Estate boats. Now, these vessels, they're not of similar design to the Nightlock. The Nightlock is definitely a Quailin design boat. You can tell by the differences between these two ships on either side of you now. They are both meant for a form of speed. They are minorly smaller than your boat. They do have more weaponry on them. Both ballistas on both of them. 2 ballistas each with mangolas that are clearly have weaponry doused in oil meant to burn enemy ships if possible. They pull up onto either side of you as you hear from one of them call out, "Vessel approaching! Please state your business and state your will for the Shallos estate. Why are you here?"
We're here to restock and gather supplies, take on workers.
How long do you expect your time to be here?
Do I know that?
To restock, you would need at least 24 hours.
So we'll say 2 days?
And who is the captain?
2 days?
What is the name of the ship?
The Nightlock. This is Captain Sabre Willow.
Very well. Circle round entrance. We had ship enter recently. Need some time before getting word back.
Word back from... What did he say?
Essentially, it was a wait until given command to enter.
Oh, okay.
The ship begins to bustle around. One of the vessels stays with you as the other one breaks off. Starts heading towards another ship that is starting to come in close distance towards the entrance itself. The shoreline, as described, is what it is. It is about... It's roughly going to be 30 or so minutes. The rest of you are informed that you have arrived at the entrance to the Shallos estate. For that time frame, is anyone doing anything specific?
Pacific, like the ocean?
Brolog will bring up Percy's body to the deck.
Nubisai will follow.
Okay.
As shall Abarat.
Okay, I'm gonna look around the empty room with everyone's bags still in there and say under my breath, I guess I'll get the fucking bags.
Oh, Brolog's
I'm gonna
bags
grab
with
it.
him as
Okay.
always.
Okay. Still, I pack up the rest of our shit and then I follow in behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yolandriel, as you're packing up the rest of the stuff, when you get to the recording device, you start to pack that in. You notice one of the cylinders is damaged. Part of the...
Which one is it?
Prologue, roll a d4 for me.
No, god damn it, Prologue.
Can do. That's a cool 3.
Cool 3.
Fuck.
Cylinder number 3 has a big... In the center of it, where you see these series of just tiny dots kind of formed into this wax middle portion, there is a large portion that is gashed.
Okay, I cast Mending on it as I head up the steps after I
Okay.
pack everything up.
As you spend the time to cast Mending on it, you see the wax portions of it reform, but without the dots. It is fixed, but those portions of the recording that were damaged are gone.
Okay, I'm gonna think to myself,
What a
well, at least it
wonderful
can still
world.
play. And then I'm gonna carefully put it with the rest of the recordings and then get to the top of the deck.
Okay. Time passes. You were eventually informed to enter into the channel to go to the estate itself. As you do, the corridor is narrow. You know there is enough space to fit another ship going the other way, about the same size as yours, or smaller. The spires around you are tall, ominous. It is a winding corridor you don't fully see. When you get into it itself, it's all you can see is the tall obsidian spires around you. Eventually you turn a corner and a lake forms in front of you, and you see the base of the large black mountain rising up. There is a dockyard towards the base location of it, with a small flat land that is built and occupied by many buildings leading towards the mountain itself, eventually reaching a large open entrance at the face of it. On the mountain as well, you can see multiple other little exits and galleyways, or not galleyways, and little pathways on the outsides of the mountain itself, rising up throughout the entirety of it, but stopping about 2/3 of the way up. There are people milling and going about the lands and the roads itself inside the main city that you can see, and there are many boats. Everyone who's on deck, give me a perception check.
Should I smell this perception?
This would not be a smell.
Okay.
Hey, I actually got something good. 22.
Hey.
It's a cool natty 1.
Oh, cool.
And
Oh,
26.
22, 26,
Dirty 20.
dirty 20, whisper Nubasai,
17.
17,
and
10. Okay. Everyone except for Brolog. You do see, as you were instructed to take a far left port, where there are 2 empty ports that you see, towards the right-hand side, you do notice another Quaylen make vessel. At dock, already waiting and slightly bobbing up and down. Sobre, there might be a little pinch of jealousy when you look upon this vessel, as it is definitely sleeker, definitely faster, and definitely better than your ship.
Oh, yeah.
For Yolondriel and Brolog, and Anubisai, you all recognize this to be the Gralion. The ship, actually not Brolog, because you didn't see it. Anubisai and Yolondriel, you recognize it to be the Gralion, the ship that you sailed and first came to Andrea on. This is Admiral Vuja's vessel.
I'm going to lean over to Brolog and relay that information.
Ah, excellent.
Eventually, you make port. Everyone bustles around, goes about their business. The gangway is pulled up, the anchor is dropped. Itonis comes to you, Sobre, and... Sobre? Here now? Tontor's going to see about supplies with Gorm. I was, wondering if you might be willing to throw a few extra coin for something stronger. Sounds like we're going to need some good supplies for, toasting, if we're going to continue on this contract.
absolutely. I will do that. I'm gonna... Is he the one that's going? Or am I giving it to Tantor?
You'll have to give that to Tantor. Of course, I might need some coin to be able to hire the 3 crew members that we're going to need to replace.
Absolutely. I trust your judgment on that. Oh, yes. I have plenty of gold to give you.
There's just one among everyone here, I think.
yeah, how much do you have?
I have no
Wouldn't
money.
you like to know?
I would.
Later. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and give him 100 gold.
Okay. Takes his...
And just saying, sweetie.
Anything for the crew. I'll make sure we get some good members for this one. If I remember
Absolutely.
correctly, there's a few good ins in here. We might need some maps made, if you can find a map maker. I don't really have a good one of the northern seas or northern areas. If I
True enough.
know
Maybe I'll see.
correctly. my resources say correctly, then there's one to the bit of a taller, higher spires of the mountain. But, we'll see what you can do. Oh, and, you're going along with everyone else, so the other members, take Wisp with you. Looks like the twins might be annoying him from time to time. He could use some time off the boat.
Of course. We're sure that he accompanies us.
Right, Will, he says as he puts on this lavish-looking hat, and I'm off to shore.
Have a great time.
Oh, you as well. I'll, see you at the Crooked Broom. It's a good place for drinks.
It's a date. She winks.
Oh, he wanders off. Ship is docked. What he will do?
Prologue is taking Percy's body, as well as his bag, obviously, because it's in his bag, which is always with Prologue, over to Admiral Buja's ship.
Okay.
And the news I will follow.
As will our brat.
I assume
Same.
pretty much everyone is going with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go and grab Wisp, and I'll be like, "Come on, it'll be a grand old time."
It's a trap.
It's a trap! Run and hide! You all depart the boat. There is a small gnome currently speaking with Gorm and Tontor. As you pass by, Tontor kind of leans over to you all and says, Dockmaster, we'll take care of the paperwork. You go about your business.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Travel over easily enough. Along the sides, you see a number of different kinds of boats. A couple of them seem a bit more armored, so to speak, as if they are built with more metal, built to take a heavier punch. You also note that these boats all have cannons fixated inside them, and they all have at least equipped with 8 cannons each. Just a couple of them, though, not very many. The rest are all equipped with ballistas and mongolas. You get to the Gralior. There is some familiar faces standing guard on the deck, and when they see you, one of them calls down, like, "Is your business here at the Oh, apologies. We were told to expect you all. Do come with us."
Do I know these guys?
You wouldn't. Brolog, Yolandriel, and Nubasai would recognize them as crew members of the ship when they sailed over.
Upon getting on the ship and following this crew member, Prologue does a quick look around to see if Len is still on the ship.
Give me a perception check. 7. You don't see him. You are...
As we...
Yep, go for it.
Oh, I saw Peter froze. As we top the gangplank, I make sure my cloak billows nice and dramatically. This all feels a little over-impressive.
Billowing of the cloak against the breeze. Some of you might notice as he comes onto the vessel. Everyone one by one, Brolog still carrying the body. Many of the crew who see you all come aboard, they turn and see Praspitus's body carried in your arms. Stop what they're doing. If they're wearing a cap, they take the cap off. and they give a quiet moment as you pass by. You are led to the entrance of the captain's quarters. The door is opened for you, and you are ushered in. Inside, you see the very familiar face of the Tabaxi Vuja, as she stands and is currently speaking with her first mate, Derek Duradin, the Underknown. They stop as you approach. Sobre, you see Derek give you a quick glimpse with a possible minor amount of disdain.
Insight check.
Go for it.
Insight check.
19.
19. Yeah, he's not. You can tell he's not particularly a fan of the drow race.
Okay, I'll glare at him right back.
Yeah, Brolog will also be glaring.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let me passive insight of 16 to see this going on.
You can tell there's something going on between Sobre and Derek, and it's not particularly friendly. And that Brolog is joining on. As far as you can tell, Brolog's joining because that's Brolog.
It was Captain Vuja, right?
Admiral Vuja. Admiral Vuja.
Okay, I'm gonna say Admiral. This is Captain Sabrea. She has helped us out quite a bit along this journey. And I say, and then my eyes slightly shift over to the other guy, and then back to the Admiral.
Oh, don't mind him. He's just a bit of a sourpuss when it comes to things of his past.
Aren't we all, I say, and then I look back at her.
Well, I'm not. I'm all peaches all the way through.
Admiral, it is unlikely that you were made of peaches.
I slightly giggle at this.
Prologue. Always a pleasure to have you back on the ship. Despite,
She gestures to Paraspatus's body. And
the misgivings.
Yes.
Derek, if you would be so good as to take the body below deck for holding.
seriously? You're telling me to take someone who's larger than my size?
Of course.
You see as she flicks her hand and there's a bit of a flash of arcane nature, and Derek grows in size to getting around the same size of Brolog as he goes, "You've got to be stinking kidding me. You're pulling one of those jokes on me." He meanders around the boat, goes to Brolog, like, "The body."
Brolog glares at Derek
Oh, he's glaring as well.
and very stiffly gives him the body.
As that happens, I say, always a pleasure, Derek.
Oh, go shove off. He wanders around. Vuja is laughing and giggling.
Always a pleasure to make him suffer.
Admiral, has the king told you of the new circumstances?
I have been made aware. Pog has been kind enough to send me a message, informing me of the loss of the notes.
Yes. Brolog will take the bag of holding and its contents and give that to the Admiral and say, "This is the remainder of his possessions."
She takes it, opens it up, looks inside, and sticks her hand in, starts shuffling around, pulls a piece of paper out.
Well, whoever it was who took everything wasn't quite so lucky.
Shows a single piece of paper, written in Magus.
They missed one piece. Perhaps we can still glean something from this. Not a total failure. I will be sure to tell the king.
The king requested that I make you aware of the happenings surrounding the loss of the tome.
Well, please, then, do so.
Would you like me to tell him the whole story, or?
Nah, you can say you tell him the
Okay.
No, we're
story.
gonna.
Okay, he Roland tells him everything, starting with the weird stuff that happened at the beginning of the journey, whatever that was, with the invisible disappearing, shape-shifting, and the fight, and the diving to the water, and the submarine. Yes.
And I express the help that the captain and Wisp both played in the battle. And I also mention that when the subject of the submersible vehicles come up, I say, tell the king
Give me
something
another
about
intelligence
them.
check.
Okay.
While you're beginning to describe this.
18!
18?
Woo!
That,
I rolled a 19 with a -1 on my intelligence.
that's a fucking submarine. You know what
Fucking
those are.
submarine.
The people. There's a sect of individuals who are part of Quayla. You start to try to think about it, and it. Sorry, I'm padding for time while I bring up the exact
Heading for
name of the
time as
location.
Hey, Syrinscape,
there
folks.
you go.
Anytime you need music for your D&D campaigns, where you and your friends may have internet connectivity issues, you use Syrinscape because it just slides past all those problems.
You can hear the calming wash of the waves against your boat or the beach.
Yeah, perfect. You remember very clearly now in your town of Maul, during one of the festivals, there was an individual who came from the city of Irelin, which was a merchant guild city. He came with a very specific apparatus that he designed and made. It was a small little trinket at first, but when activated, it would grow in size to be able to fit 2 or 3 individuals, and could submerge itself in the ocean and then plow its way through the waters at great speeds.
Okay, I'm going to express all this as if it's just like word vomit coming out of my mouth in memory.
It's like just coming
And
to
then
your
I'm
mind.
going to say, listen, get to your king. Tell him everything we just told you. But make sure that he knows whatever is going on here is not an issue between the 2 warring nations of this continent. It has to do with Quayla.
Agreed. But I also disagree. The time that I have spent here, I have had my own time to learn quite a lot. I spoke with Val, the keeper of the records, in Danira. She informed me of quite a few things. The king, for example, of Lebon, is the only king of Lebon. They have never changed rule. There have been many times where someone has tried to step up and take the throne, but every time they were defeated and killed by the current and only king. He's been around for over 400 years now. From my understanding, the human race does not live that long. What's worse...
He's a super pit.
Yeah, like I literally go to say he's a, and then Anubis says Huglopid to cut me off.
This is a bit disturbing to hear, but still, Huglopids only have lifespans of 300 to 350 years. Something else must be going on behind that.
Listen, it's not just Laban. And Recloria, too. Fuck. I say, and then I reach into my bag, and I pull out the soft serum, and I say, whatever this is, there's a game for power going on this continent. And I don't think that it's just two warring nations going against each other. I think there's a third party, something that's pushing both sides, so that maybe they can control whoever wins.
She reaches into a pocket, produces a key, unlocks one of the drawers of the desk, opens it, and pulls out a vial of the same liquid. This has also come across my radar. I don't know what this is made of yet, but for a land that does not practice magic so openly, this is concerning.
I go on to explain, it's not that they're not practicing magic, it's that the magic beings that are born here are being taken.
By
and
what?
Used.
In what way?
There are rumors. These are just rumors, almost like they're fairy tales passed around in this land. But listen, this has been a generational thing. Most of these people don't even know what magic is anymore. But that doesn't make sense because we're just on the other side of the ocean. Someone's taking these people and then using the magic in some way to suppress the magic in others.
Brolog turns to Anuba's side and says, could one use a magical being to increase one's lifespan?
Easily.
Brolog will turn to Admiral Buja and say, perhaps these magical beings are being stolen and used to keep the king living.
Perhaps. But at the same time, I am not a strong magical practitioner, only the small tricks I've picked up through my years. This is something that the king, from my understanding, has ordered you, Prologue, and your team to take care of, to look into.
Yes.
You are to be the frontline ambassadors to the country of Laban. We are to return back to Danira to meet the king. I should have you know, he's not coming alone. He is coming with at least 3 other vessels, with strike units, ready for defense and ready for whatever is needed. He takes this threat very seriously. Our king is a good man. However, he is far too quick to react. I implore you, find a way to calm things down. Quayla is not ready for another war.
I'm gonna say, listen, if he comes here and they notice those 2 ships, doesn't matter what nation it is, either one will see that as an act of war. And then I'm going to turn to Brolog and I'm going to say, Brolog, you've been in contact with him. Perhaps I could use the Ring of Sending speak with him later. And then I'm going to turn, hopefully not making Brolog mad. And then I'm going to say, listen, Admiral, the calmer we play this, all of us, the better this is going to turn out. Because these nations have been at war forever. And any slight movement in the wrong direction is going to cause issues.
They have been at war for 463 years. 5 years of peace in this last treaty. Ever since the formation of both nations, they have been at war with each other. Neither one ever gaining the proper hand. Recloria having the numbers, Le Bon having the brains. Whatever it is, the conflict between the two nations will certainly come to fruition come the peace treaty. Which I understand is something that they are preparing for even now. It's not very far out.
I believe that both nations are simultaneously preparing for peace and war. I don't think either of them has any faith in the other.
I can
That's
confirm.
why I'm concerned about the strike force.
I can confirm that Chancellor Bremlin Soth is planning for war, but hoping for peace. He does not want to continue it. But if you are right, and the king is a Huglopid, then there is no chance for peace. That race only knows war. It is all they seek and all they desire.
I'm going to say, but what if it's the opposite? We always have to keep in mind that one side is trying to play us against the other at any given point. Do not trust the Reclorians just because a Huglopid leads the other side. Both of them are at fault. Both of them are vying for the same position.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh! Oh! My only nat 20 of the night for
snap.
19. Woo!
There is a brief pause. She then nods a bit.
I'm inclined to disagree with that, as elves have done nothing but good for us, and Huglopids have done nothing but bad. And from my information, I understand that to be true. However, you bring a good point. These are foreign lands. These are different people. I still will not fully hold that view, though. Until you can prove to me that the Huglopids here do not have the same intentions of the Huglopids in Koila. Till that happens, I believe the king to be seeking for war.
Okay, I'm going to nod my head and I'm going to say, well, let's hope that both of us aren't wrong. Because if we are, then that means we'll get played no matter what side we choose.
She picks up a glass, sloshes it around for a moment, takes a sip, then looks at you, Abrat.
And what the hell are you?
I'm also going to turn to Aberrat. I'm going to, turn.
I am not of hell.
I never said you are
Brolog-
not of hell, or that you are of hell. What I said is, what the hell are you?
Brolog motions for Abarat to hold off and says, we found him on the island where Percy died. He came from a tree. He's a plant being.
That's what I'm going to say. That brings up a third point to discuss. And then I go on to explain the trees, the tree situation, and how that might be involved with why the magic is either being suppressed or used in some way.
The whole time, she is slowly turning and twisting her glass in her hand and staring at you, Abarat, until when you get to the end of it, and was like,
So you came across a corrupted tree that tried to kill you, came across one that tried to convince you, and then trusted what it produced.
I'm going to look at her
You're talking
like
about
square in the
being
eyes.
played, Yolandriel.
Brolog motions Yolandriel to silence. And
she's meeting your gaze, Yolandriel.
and says, Abarat has fought beside us thus far, and thus far has he earned my trust.
Okay, and then I'm going to say, and it's kind of hard to explain, but the trees and I have a connection that's, listen, all right, I've lived apparently many lives, and this is just a like reoccurrence of a situation that has happened many times before. It's a big thing. It's a big thing, all right?
Prologue. Yolandriel, I almost did it again. Yolandriel tried to assist you there, but really just made things worse by saying some things that she really doesn't understand. So give me a persuasion check at disadvantage.
That is very low. That's a 4. I think I would have passed Yolandriel if it wasn't for you.
She changes a glance over to you, Abarat.
Anything to say for yourself?
No.
It is your crew, Brolog, and I've been told by the king who you employ and who you bring along is up to you.
Yes.
My recommendation is that you drop this thing in the sea your first chance.
This brings up an excellent.
Okay, I've closed my eyes and I'm like, okay, Helmet, if you work the opposite way, can you work that way? I say as I try to like push in my head like images through the circlet now, not the helmet, to try and be like, this is like the message I'm trying to get across to the Admiral.
Okay. Give me a wisdom check.
Chuck.
So Brolog will keep talking
Yeah,
and
keep going,
say,
Yeah, keep going, Roland.
in our attempts to save Sapidus, the war chest has been depleted. I will need it filled.
14.
Okay. 14 for Yolandriel. She changes her glance over to you,
I only have so many coffers at my disposal right now. I will communicate with the king and see what I am to deviate to you. At the very least, I may be appropriated the funds or the means and commands to pay your first payment to all of you who are involved.
The payment is not the question. The king gave me authority to hire more personnel, as well as there are supplies that may be needed.
Yes,
Wheels that need to be greased.
and if your coffers are dry, I may be permitted to give you something. But until the king has told me how much, I will not have anything for you.
Very well. Do you have any other intelligence before we leave?
Might be lacking in that field there, Brolog, Abrat says on the side.
She shoots you a glare of daggers. She takes a good look at you. Yeah, Bright, you can tell she really doesn't trust you or like you.
He's giggling now.
Have you heard about the Woman of Smiles?
I have.
There is. Prologue in mid-sentence turns slightly perturbed at Yolandril and says, "Continue, Yolandril."
Okay, I'm not even looking at the Admiral anymore. Looking off into the empty space in between us, and I'm just like, vaguely, I know the name, I say, and I'm gonna look back up. Kind of like,
It is a difficult subject to follow and trace. However, with Val's help from the collective, I understand she is drawing a few papers on this individual. Through the times, they have been known by several different names. The Guardian, Smiling One, the Woman of Smiles. From what I understand, she is a creepy and ill omen for those that come across her. However, Val believes her to be different. Val said she is a good omen, that if you see her, it is luck, that your travels are being guarded and safe watched, that should you perish in your difficult times, she will guide you safely to the afterlife.
yeah, I'm just kind of still like staring off into the middle distance, like, okay.
Why do you bring up this lucky woman?
From what we understand, the Woman of Smiles is viewed by few in Le Bon as a goddess. It is not common or frequent that you see rumors of goddesses or gods walking among people. Derek Durden believes that the high season effects of this land is a result of gods among them. Too much arcane power flowing through the land, affecting how things behave. I bring it up because maybe, while you are in the Le Bon lands, you might frequent their collective locations. Ask about the same tale and report back to me. This would be a personal request of mine. I would like to know more about this person.
I will keep it in mind.
Besides that, I have nothing else for you. We will be returning to Danira soon. Now that we have what is due to us, we will probably be leaving in the morning.
When will you speak with the king?
Tonight, we will send him a message. I will have a proper communication through him in the dreams.
Very well. I have other meetings to attend to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the safe voyage of Praspitis's body. We will see to his
The
Magus
least we
rights.
could do.
She looks at you.
Prologue leaves.
It is the least.
Hybrid also follows.
Okay, I kind of hang out in the room for a second, and I'm looking at Percy's body.
It's gone.
Percy's
It
body's
was
in
brought
there.
out. It was brought up by Derek.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. That's right, that's right. I'm just kind of like staring off into the middle distance still. And then I look up at her and I say, "You care about your king, right?"
Of course.
Then we all have to tread lightly. All of us.
That is why I am returning to Danira and not you.
Still. Even on your return, I say, and I like meet her gaze.
I will be by his side at all times.
Good.
Besides, this is an unknown king. No one wants him.
I look at her directly and I say, ships from Quayla, more... What are they called? Sorry, I forgot the race that, that they are. That,
The Magus?
Praspitis is. Magus,
Magus,
yes.
yeah, yeah.
I'm going to say more Magus here than were thought before. I don't think he's an unknown king. So,
Well,
treat him as such.
then perhaps, with any luck, we'll find out who else is here.
Hopefully. And then I'm going to look back up at her and I'm going to say, thanks for the help. And thanks for the time. Hopefully we don't disappoint the king or you anymore.
That is the hope.
As you leave, she calls out,
Wisp, a moment, if you please.
Anubis
Yes.
has not moved.
She looks at you, Anubis.
If you would like to speak with me, if you don't mind giving me a moment with the Air Ganassi.
On the way out the door, I look at Captain Sabre and I'm like, let's go get a fucking drink. And we leave.
You may speak to him, but I am not moving.
Very well. 6 to 1, half a dozen the other for me.
She looks at you, Wisp. And you can tell there is a look in her eyes that has a fear factor to it.
I know who you are. And I do not take kindly to your profession. If you are to spend time with our official ambassadors, just know,
She leans forward on the table, hands on the tape, both planted firmly.
if you cause them any harm, or harm the mission of Quayla itself for your smuggler ways, I will hunt you down and finish what we started.
Oh, well, that hasn't been much of a thing before. Since then. Yes, of course. I believe I'll be staying on the boat, at least in Le Bon. So that won't be an issue.
Wrong tube.
No, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. You know, water going down the wrong tube always feels good.
Did it have bones in
Water.
it?
She gives you a hard look.
Good.
I wilt a little bit.
With that, she smiles a little bit at the wilting.
Good. If anything, use your practices for good. Benefit their journey. From my understanding, you have connections already. Use them. And perhaps the king and myself of the Osirid merchants might be willing to give you a pardon.
I nod. I'll see what I can do.
Good. Now get out of my sight. I need to talk to Anubisai.
Yes, very good. Thank you. And I turn around and start walking away, and definitely floating a little faster. You know,
little slight jog. It's you.
Yeah.
Quick. It's speed
Putting
walking.
air underneath his feet. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and then I after I've stepped out, I like close the door, kind of shudder, look around, stand up, and then have my cape billow dramatically again, and I try to look. That went exactly the way I wanted it to.
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. I don't even really need to look to know this is bad. Oh, okay. Well, 10.
10. There's from the crew on deck, there's maybe one or two who look at you and like, yeah, he just did good. He just nailed that conversation. The others are clearly laughing, realizing and acknowledging the fact that you just went up against Admiral's Vuja. And you definitely didn't come out of that on top.
Yeah.
They're kind of smiling at that and laughing a little bit. Anubisai, you were left alone with Admiral Vuja, who is now looking at the piece of paper with the Magus writing on it. Like,
Anything in particular from yourself?
You guys are playing a mortal game that you shall lose. This war has been in creation for a long time by beings much more powerful than anyone you've put into play, including your king. This war will happen, and it cannot be stopped. You guys are just playing your mortal little games.
Then what would your recommendation be? What should we do? Sit back idly and watch thousands, millions die? Yes, I
This
see
is
the
a
irony
game.
behind my statement.
Yes, but this is a game where it does not matter what you do. It will happen anyhow. This is not something that can be changed. It just must be played through.
So we
I'm
watch.
sorry. I'm sorry that you guys got involved. I really did like Quayla. There's a good chance there won't be one after this is over.
give me a persuasion check. At advantage.
Okay.
Because that's a rough statement. That's a very, very strong statement there.
That's a 19. So 15.
15, yeah. After the modifiers.
Mm-hmm. But then you could probably add some modifiers in for what I am, how long I've been around, and everything else she knows possibly about me.
That factors into the DC, which, to clarify, I did have at a 15, so you do meet the DC on that. No, I'm just padding for time as I judge what her response is going to be. She
Head for time.
looks at you.
For what you have done, everything you have assisted the United Nations of Quela to achieve, I will take your words and communicate them to the king, and let him know what your advice would be. I thank you for feeling the courage to tell us.
It will probably be the last you hear from me until this is over. Time for me to finally have some fun.
We have encountered each other a few times now. We have discussed and learnt little about ourselves. I will not try to convince you otherwise. I will not tell you to not get yourself involved with this war, because I know what you claim to be. And I believe you, personally. Having seen and heard tales of your time in the Underdark. Having heard what you did during the wars from the king.
And yet, the time that I've been here, I have grown 100-fold.
Which only strikes more fear in my heart. If that is the case in Ubasai, I hope we never meet again.
You will one day always meet death. Unless you learn how to become immortal.
Well, if you're talking about meeting death in this land, you have a contender.
Good luck. And I turn around and leave.
As you're turning around, you see her begin to do her head bow that she typically does to, from what you understand, only people she respects. She head bows and says,
And same to you.
and you leave. As for the rest of you, where are you going?
As a note, it should be stated that as we were leaving the boat, like the boat, like walking onto the dock, Abrat would turn to Brolog and say, "What an unpleasant lady."
She is an interesting specimen.
And far above your rank.
Yes. You are still, we would call a child. Perhaps some nuance is lost upon.
Yes.
Then Brolog's going, is there like a building or town or something?
So there is. After a moment, everyone else manages to catch up with you, just so we can have the entire party together for once.
Oh, well, in that case.
Crazy idea.
Actually, Anubisai, you would be the one who might change that, differ that. I would...
I just had one more.
Yeah, what's up?
When I hit the deck, before I leave, I yell out, "Derek, are you ready to serve anew?"
You see him pop his head out from underneath and go, "Anew? What do you mean?"
I mean, are you ready for your next life?
He's gonna do an insight check on you.
Sure.
Hey, I hear this and I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, yeah,
Or, in
little
other
ways.
words,
Give me a
Ashnar.
perception check to see if you can actually hear it from the dock sounds and everything going on around you.
Okay, yeah.
He only got like a 13, so not the best.
22.
I'm not joking.
He's creeped out by that. Genuinely uncomfortable with the idea. How do you mean? And yeah, Yolondriel and Aberrat, you would hear the briefness of this, like, very quietly.
Hey,
You
I'm
seem
gonna-
always to be displeased with your life. I am offering to take it and give you a new one.
There seems to be a genuine moment where he pauses and
He should know
thinks.
me enough, what I am. So he should have no misunderstanding, and I'm trying not to be nice to him.
Yeah. He pauses, thinks, and is like, I don't think your version of that would be entirely what I'm seeking. I'm miserable, yes, but I think I would be more miserable that way.
I
Thank you
start
for
to
the
slowly reach out my hand in his direction.
backs away with a panicked look and is like, I am not yet entirely ready to be departing this mortal plane just yet.
Then I assume your attitude will improve from here on out. Or you will see me again.
Persuasion check advantage.
Along with,
Intimidation!
for who the bell tolls.
For whom the bell tolls.
Cantrip.
Oh,
Tonight.
what does that do? What does the cantrip do?
Okay, for the... Are you saying intimidation?
Yeah, persuasion or intimidation, whichever one you want to go down.
Definitely going to go intimidation.
Yeah.
So that would be 23
20.
on the intimidation. Then the cantrip, which goes off, he does get a save. The toll of death. You point at one creature you see within range, and the sound of a dubious, deathly bell chimes fills the air for a moment. The target must succeed a wisdom saving throw, or take, at my level, I think it's going to be 2d8 necrotic.
Ooh.
He got He rolled a 12 for a total of 15
For his wisdom save?
for a wisdom save, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, 12, 14. He's only a +2 in his wisdom saves. He's a bard.
Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me what.
Oh,
It
For
just
you?
says wisdom save.
your saves. I think your DC, what we decided, is it would be 15, based
Okay.
off of your con. It's exactly the one I was thinking, your Londriel. It would be best if your con. So what's your con modifier?
Con modifiers a +6.
+6.
Playing this
So-
as a substitute for Syrinscape.
Your DC
Sorry.
would be 16, so he failed.
Okay. So he takes. Yes, I'm just being evil right now, but not bad. 8 points necrotic.
8 points necrotic. You see as the He points
And
at
this
him.
was all simultaneous of
Yeah.
you will act better now, where I will come back.
I really want to show this to Scott and show him what you've done to his character.
I know.
I really want to show him. But he just kind of, his eyes widen, which I can't do too much, otherwise the context will pop out.
Yeah.
And he shakes. You see him get a little gaunt in certain points and lose and try to catch his breath with a... And then he turns around and goes down below deck. Clearly scared. You're pretty confident you got your point across. He is. You don't know, but he, as best as you can tell, is going to improve his behavior, because he was definitely scared and definitely took some damage from that.
Yeah, necrotic damage.
Yeah, and
He
fear. He
felt
can't
the
move
life.
closer.
Leave. Okay,
He's
then
convinced
I'll...
you're the goddess of death. That's for sure.
Yes. I just needed to make sure everyone keeps an idea of who I am. UJ would probably have a laugh about it, except for the fact of the way it was done. And that I actually did train him a little bit.
Yeah.
He probably is not the happiest either, but realizes that, and that was something that I've never done before in the open like that, without even touching somebody.
So Abrat and Yolondriel. Actually, the both of you, Abrat and Yolondriel, give me Arcana checks. 13.
Nat 1 for a
Nat
total
1.
of 6.
Still don't understand how I did that.
Pity for you, Abrat. Yolondriel, you are pretty sure Anubisai just cast a spell.
Okay, I'm gonna look at Anubisai with this face.
As I catch up to the rest of the group now.
Okay. As you all catch up to the rest of the group, you begin to enter the town itself. As you meander around and walk through these busying streets, there is a sense of community of sorts. As you see people selling goods on the sides of the street, other individuals walking around with cheerous and happy faces on themselves. There are traders, people shouting out in languages most of you don't understand. Nubasai, you understand all of them. They are selling different kinds of individual goods. The city is at your whim. You're on the outskirts of the mountain. Where are you going? Sobre, actually, before I pose that question completely, you've been to the Shallos estate 1 or 2 times. A few times. Just for resupplying for previous journeys that you've taken on in the past. You do understand and know that to get to the higher tiers of the mountain, you do need an escort of some kind, or someone who has access to those levels. The higher up in the mountain you get, the more wealth you have, and the higher status you contain. You yourself have a bit of a reputation as being a trustworthy person to take and transport from point A to point B. As such, you are granted up to, at the very most, level 3. And by level 3, I mean 3 levels down. They count backwards. The bottom level is level 20. Or level 27. You can go up to level 3.
Hot dang.
It is
That's cool.
on level 3 that you know to be the best map maker you have ever met, Jeth. A full-blood orc. He sells and procures all kinds of manner of goods. Magical, non-magical, whatever it is, if you need it, you can ask Jeth. And 2 days later, he will have it.
3 days, you said?
2 days. 2 days later, he will have it. At the very most, 2 days. Sometimes he has it sooner. But he is definitely the tradesman of all people for anyone and everyone to go to. There are other traders around inside different tiers and different levels. As much as you might trust them is entirely up to you. However, you are all now in the streets of the general city.
Okay. I'll turn to everybody and ask, all right, any preferences? What are we doing? Is anybody looking for anything? I know for me, I would love to go get a map done because the further north we go, the less I have charted, so I could really use a better map.
Pull out the map that I have.
Keeps walking.
I pull out the map that I have, and I say, you can have this one improved.
You're giving me this to get it approved? Is that what you said?
No, like improved.
Improved.
You know. Yeah. I say, this is a pretty decent one.
Are you funding this, or?
Trust me when I say I'll pay you back.
Okay. Fair enough.
I ain't got no money on me, guys.
Trust.
I don't spend it all.
Brilog looks for some sort
No
of
one does.
guard or authoritative figure to ask questions of.
Give me a perception check.
Abrat is following Brolog wherever Brolog goes.
Okay.
That's a natty one.
Natty one. You see a bunch of people.
Okay. Brolog will go up to the largest of said people.
There's a large man with scars and tattoos and other markings all over him. He seems to be currently holding a gourd of some kind in his hand as he's standing at a stall and going, "Is this the only one you got? You got any others bigger, possibly?"
Do I notice who Brolog is walking toward?
You would. You're traveling as a group, and Brolog is one of the biggest among you. He's fairly hard to not see when they veer off and start going a different direction.
So as he starts walking toward a guy with tattoos, I start following with him.
Okay. You get up to him, Brolog, and what do you do?
Excuse me, I have 2 questions I hope you may answer.
The guy continues looking at this plant, some sort. And the person behind the stall looks at you and goes,
Yes, of course. What is it that I can do for you?
Brolog does one of these at the merchanty person and then says to the large individual, firstly, do you know of a large black dragon boy with a face scar?
The individual who is still looking at that plant in front of him. Seriously, anything bigger? You're asking for like 5 copper for this. If I'm spending 5 copper, I want something bigger.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what I can do. That's the biggest one I have.
I would also like to know the story of your tattoos, please.
You hear your laundry in the back go,
You don't have any tattoos.
And he
Is
besides
this guy talking to me?
I think he is.
Huh. I ain't never seen one of you before.
I am a Loxodon, Wayla.
Good to know. I'm a human from Andrea. What do you want? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I apologize.
Quite all right. First question was, do you know of a large dragon, black, with a face scar?
Oh, well, yes, Lord, he wasn't talking to you, he was talking to me.
Well said.
It's gonna be Shabdrash. It's the only large black dragon born here. It's a leader of the Shallos estate.
Found.
Well, currently somewhere in the open sea. He hasn't quite arrived yet. From the last I heard, he was off to Lithram. Some kind of diplomatic mission bogus. I don't care as long as he comes back with a series of contracts that we can fulfill and take on. That's all I like.
I met him there. He requested that I meet him here.
You're shit out of luck, man. He's not
Do
back
you
yet.
know where he might go once he arrives?
Straight to the top, probably. Heard things didn't go so well in the throne.
They did not.
You there?
I was there, yes. The
Huh.
city we were in was overrun.
Shit. Overrun.
Yes.
As in, all the nations combined in one city couldn't handle whatever happened to it.
That is exactly correct.
And I might be heading north. I might be joining you. No, you won't.
But my
It was
second
a fun
question,
time.
sir, could you tell me the story of your tattoos? They have a great interest and passion of mine.
And I quickly say, yes, prologue, and I turn to the man and say, I cast suggestion,
Oh, okay.
that you tell us the amazing story, the bravery you showed, and the amazing amount of courage you took showing in these tattoos.
All right.
You
then
heard
what-
me once again in the background go, ah.
So, suggestion. What's the save? What's the save?
Wisdom 16.
Wisdom 16. He rolled a 15, but you're looking at someone who's kind of like Brolog, Barbarians type status, so his wisdom's not that good. Total of 13. He failed.
He
So-
has to pursue the course of action, I say, to the best of his ability.
Have Brett do an Arcana check to see what.
Absolutely, you can roll me an Arcana check. While you roll that, the individual stops, eyes glass over for a moment. Right, yeah. The tattoos, I got them all for the same reason. I was out sailing, and then out from the depths, out of nowhere, a ship appeared and came off our starboard bow, started attacking us with all sorts of mysticism and kinds. None of us could believe anything that was going on. And then suddenly they came up, switched into Scottish for some reason. They came
Yeah,
up
you
right.
did. I was
You
looking
got it,
right
yeah,
at you going,
yeah.
how long is it going to take?
It took me a minute. They came up right beside our boat, lowered down some gangways and started boarding on. Now, to our glorious dismay, I did it again. They
There it goes.
all came in. None of us could do anything against them. Our weapons passed right through every single time, every blow. We couldn't touch these people until out of nowhere, just suddenly, this traveler who was with us, this strange cat-like person, kind of looked like a lion, but upright, wearing this very strong and colorful suit. The purple colors all over, the rainbow tithering all through the trim of it. Reckoned himself to be a bit of a painter of sorts. Called himself Orbit. He came up,
drew his sword, his rapier, and slew every one of them. Just danced around and got them to no degree. It was then that, when it came to the captain, when he was out of his energies, out of everything he had, he was on the ground, being pinned by the captain of this ghost ship that come out from the sea. He passed me the rapier, I caught it in the air, and I stabbed it straight through the heart of that ghost captain. I slayed that ship, and then it sunk to the depths of the sea.
I'm gonna step up to him, and I'm gonna, like, point directly at him as I say, did that lion in sleep with a bunch of people?
Lining?
Was he...
I'm not sure what a lining is, but I know Orbit slept with every one of our crew.
Okay, I'm gonna start laughing in this slightly, like, dazed, like, almost insane laugh. I'm gonna be like, ha ha! Okay! It's getting weirder every minute! And as I turn around and I, like, step away from the group, as I just, like, walk away.
Brolog puts out his hand to be clasped by this individual and says, an excellent story.
He
Well done.
clasps right back, brings it in for that tap on the back, and then comes out, and then eyes glaze over. And
I got a 20 on my Arcana check.
you definitely know Wisp cast a spell. The spell suggestion on this person. Why, Wisp, you cast a spell. Give me an insight check.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Like, how much of this does he believe? Insight. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Of that story, there is only one bit you definitely know is true. Well, technically a couple of bits. The ship was attacked by another entity of some kind, and a tabaxi-like, cat-like upright creature did save their lives. The description of that person was very true.
Okay. Have I heard of this cat's person before? Or like any other description matching this character?
Give me a history check.
Okay.
You hear me still laughing, like there's a slight maniacalness to it as I'm just like, like having an existential crisis.
16 on the history check.
16. You yourself have not met an individual of that description. However, it is very difficult to be wearing clothes of that kind and not have word travel. Through the time that you've worked certain markets in certain areas in Andrea, the description reminds you of someone who is currently in the city of Pi, painting.
Okay. File that away for something in the future.
After the shake, Brolog heads to. Is there like an elevator thing, or how does one go up the levels?
The levels itself. You are currently outside of the mountain. You haven't quite gone up to the gates to enter the mountain itself. So you're
I don't know how to
unsure.
go up yet.
You don't know
Okay.
yet.
Okay. Cool. So
Before you make your decision, Brolog, you see me find the nearest guard, and I like grab him. I'm like, "Where's the pub?"
Give me, Yolandro, give me a perception check. Actually, no, give me an insight check. Let's make this an insight.
Insight, even better at a 22.
22. You judge, from looking around, from the time you spent so far, from the lack of Brolog being able to find guards, that there is no distinguishing uniform for the guards of this location. Anyone around you could be a guard. So while you're looking around, you see
random motherfucker.
while you're looking around with your insight, you see an individual who is very clearly watching the crowds and keeping an eye on everyone around. And when you take a look at him, you realize this is a guard. They have just that much better equipment than everyone else.
Okay, I'm going to walk up to him, and I'm going to throw my arm around his shoulder and say, "Excuse me, sir, where's the nearest pub?"
This Dragonborn, it's bronze Dragonborn, kind of shrugs and it's like, new in town, eh?
I'm just going to look at him, and there's this, like, wide-eyed, like, like, very small pupil look in my eyes of, like, uh-huh.
The nearest pub is gonna be the Broken Cauldron. Just over there. But if you're looking for a better quality, you're gonna want to get to the Crooked Broom. Well, that's on floor 16. I don't know if you can get there yet.
Yolandril, or not Yolandril, Brolog is rushing towards Yolandril, and puts his hand on Yolandril's shoulder and says, "It's time to work. Pubs later."
Okay, I look at him, and I'm like, I, like, start exasperated laughing. I'm just like, okay, all right, now it's time to work. Like, all of a sudden, it's just time to work now?
So at this point, you all hear bells. Bells start ringing. Down from the docks. You take a look over, and you see a vast, damaged warship slowly drawing its way into the port itself. People at the docks start gathering. The ship slowly draws up and gets to a point where the gangways are lowered. Everyone else, from this point, you are at an elevation higher than the docks itself. You have raised and gotten closer to the mountain ever so much to where you can clearly see what's going on. No perception checks needed. From the ship, you see a large, metal-clad figure, dragonborn, black-scaled, horns, leaving the dock, leaving the ship. The ship itself, Sabre, you would recognize as above anyone else. Warships of this kind are supposed to be tens of feet above the ocean. This one, it's barely making 5 feet. The main mast is broken away, the sails torn and tattered. The front figurehead stone is gone. It's been destroyed. Sabdras walks across the gangway, armor dented, pieces missing. With Danira, or Danya, right behind him, his second in command, the masked individual who no one has seen the face of, the mysterious person who showed up out of nowhere and joined the crew. Close behind is Blood. Blood's easy, who for a moment while walking across the gangway almost stumbles off, but is caught by Schlieflith, the lizard folk who you know to be excommunicated from his northern island. From the looks of it, Blood is drunk, far drunker than any of you have ever seen. Close behind Schlie is Ulrich, der Kokra. Who you do not see is Inlu and Afiri. They are nowhere to be seen, The tiefling and the turtle are gone. They stumble their way, slowly come towards the deck. Walk through, and the crowds, now forming a semicircle around where the boat is, make way and give them a path to part and walk through. Sabdras, along with his personal guard, quickly divert themselves off. Danira gets distracted, walks away, and comes up to a satyr. You're far enough away, you can't get the full details of these people, but you know and you can recognize those who are there. She stops in front of the satyr and discusses for a few moments as everyone else makes their way off. Bloodseasy stumbles, is directed by Shlee into other places, and then slowly gets directed off through a different alleyway. And Ulrich takes to the air, flies straight up till he's out of sight.
I'm gonna grab Brolog back. No longer laughing, but I'm still like, all right, Brolog. I think you're right. And if you look at me, Brolog, I'm looking up at where the Aarakocra flew up. And then I say, it is time to work, unfortunately.
That is the dragon. Yes.
It is. I still haven't taken my eyes off the sky.
Right. Brolog heads toward the dragon board, mildly pulling along your laundry whiff.
Okay.
Yep.
As far as
I'm
everyone
in a
else.
weird state.
I know.
Abrat follows, but when he passes Wisp, he turns to him and says, "Good use of that spell, by the way. Good use."
Thank you.
Is everyone following after Brolog?
Yes.
Yeah.
You start following after, making your way through the streets, heading down towards the docks again. You note that the Black Dragonborn has entered a building. A random building, just along a side alley area, and not come out. However, Danir... let me actually get her actual name. I want to call her Danira, but I know that's not right. Danira is someone else. Dania. Dania, the right hand, begins walking off with the satyr. Different direction, looking around. And then she sees you. And heads directly towards you.
Ooh.
She gets up to you with this strange-looking satyr behind her. And then stops and looks and...
Do you all have a moment? If you don't mind.
Well, I do if they don't.
Apologies,
Who are you?
Brolog. If my information tells me correctly, you are part of the Creed 321. And by my addressing everyone at the same time, I have insulted you. I apologize profusely for this act.
You are forgiven.
Thank you. Now, Brolog, I will address this to you. However, if anyone else interrupts, please give them the grace to interrupt and listen in to our conversation.
Of course.
Who is in charge?
I lead.
Then my direction is meant for you. Do you have a moment?
A moment.
Good.
She starts walking to her right without waiting to see if you follow. The satyr kind of smiles, looks at you, and goes, and follows after.
The way that she's walking, how is it in
Insight check.
for where the dragonborn is? Is she
It
walking
is-
that
So
way,
if you're
the
looking
opposite
at
way?
if you're looking at this being the road itself leading down to the docks, it's kind of at a bit of an angle. So you are currently like at this point, the dragonborn separated fairly close at the dock end point and went to a different building. She is going a different alleyway to a different building.
In that case, Borlaug will say, "Stop."
She stops, turns, and what?
There is someone I must speak to you, and you're going the opposite direction.
Well, then that can wait. This is more important. If you follow me, I will get you there directly. I am the second in command. In this place, I can do what I like. So, indulge
well.
me, and I will help you.
Lead.
Good.
Borlaug follows her.
She veers off, the satyr follows close after. Is everyone else following as well?
Yeah.
Borlaug leans over to Anubisai, does his best to whisper, and says, "Would you mind going and keeping track of dragon?"
If that is your wish.
It is. I would appreciate it.
Okay. I go after the dragon.
Okay. She brings you.
Did you want me to roll a secretive roll?
Yeah, give me an insight check. Yeah, anyone who would like to give me an insight check can actually give me an insight check.
Want me to stealth roll?
Stealth roll. Oh, well, you don't-
Whispering.
Oh, whispering. Yeah. Give me a stealth roll for that. But anyone who'd like to give me an insight check, give me an insight check. What did you get?
Oh no.
I got a 4!
You got
I really can't stealth, guys.
Every time you've tried to whisper to someone something, you have rolled so
He's just
badly.
like, hey,
Do this for me. I'm being
do
quiet.
this for me.
Okay.
11.
11. Okay.
I'm almost checked out of this situation. I'm having a moment of existential crisis currently.
You are
So I
having
don't know why anyone has even brought me into the room.
A great moment, which I am very happy about. Thank you, Wisp, for that. She brings you to a derelict and empty building. There are flies buzzing around. The door shuts behind as the satyr closes it, looks at you again and goes, then goes behind and close behind her. She looks at you all and like,
I don't know when you all got here, but my best recommendation is that you leave immediately.
Borlaug's gonna swap out his regular axe, bring out Finney's axe.
okay.
And then he's going to say, "You have just asked for forgiveness. Then you insult me again."
She looks at you with a look of sincerity and eagerness.
I am not used to having someone of the Creed 321 around me constantly, Borlaug. But when it comes to this, a situation that threatens all of our lives, I beg you indulge my lack of ability to distinguish between people. It is far easier to dress everyone at the same time than it is just you.
You may address me. Others may listen.
Then I will do that. I beg of you, Prologue. Leave.
Why?
It is no longer safe.
She holds her hand up and produces a magical flame in her hands.
It is no longer safe for those of our kind to be here anymore.
Our kind being?
Those of magic. We have been
Bro,
promised.
See me in the corner, my hands are on my knees, and I'm like, "You're good to go, bro, log." As I'm like having a situation.
And much more. I beg you to free and rescue all those you can. Gartus here being one. And it's actually at that point we're going to end for the night.
Cliffhanger. Cliffhanger.
Oh,
There
my
you
heart.
have it. There it is.
Ta-da.
Random, very, very... Okay, so you all have a problem of not staying in towns for more than a day, but this time I openly acknowledge it's me. Okay, it's me. I'm throwing the situation at you that's going to probably make you leave quickly, but it's entirely up to you. Whatever you all do, this is the situation at your hands. We'll see what happens. But that's
We shall.
where we're ending for the night. A quick reminder to everyone. Next week, Sunday, we will not be around. Tales of Andrea is not going to be happening because this guy, the DM, the person who tells you the tale, it gives you the situation as they run it, is going to be at the Denver Fan Expo. So if you would like to see us, and by us I mean Wisp and Sabre and myself, we are going to be at the Denver Fan Expo. What is the table number, Wisp?
213A.
213A. Come see us at 213A in the Denver Fan Expo. We will be happy to talk to you about everything. Mainly the wonderful MichaelHoweArts. That's the word. Arts.
Outs. MichaelHoweArts.
MichaelHoweArts. I'm at the point where my words are mixing up. So,
it's time for
MichaelHoweArts,
bed,
mainly
ladies and gentlemen.
giving you all his wonderful art. Or not giving, telling you about his wonderful art.
Yes.
All that wonderfulness. Come by, show your support. Thank you very much for coming out and joining our beautiful story. And once again, thank you very much to Wisp and Sabre for coming in and RPing their characters during a time that I did not want to RP them. So, always a wonder and a great time having both of you out and joining us. Thank you very much. Where can we find you on the socials?
At MichaelHoweArts, pretty much everywhere.
Zeldaelf90 or Zeldaelf90 cosplay, most places.
Give them a look, give them a follow, give them a shout. Definitely go out and check them out. They have wonderful cosplays, wonderful arts. It's all wonderful. It's all just absolutely lovely. So you won't be wasting your time. You'll be spending it very well. But for now,
Thank you.
we will see you all on Tuesday for Into the Nightmare with Vaughn in the DM seat, myself as Callus, and Ethan as Deshane.
Dane. Oh, yeah.
But
The
as it
glass
is-
cannon of the group. Let's go.
glass cannon.
Literally.
As it is Sunday, though, we'll see you Sunday. We love you all. Au revoir for now.
Bye.
The end may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.